The main character sat in the lesson and played the game on the phone. A girl who had just called the main character Himuro came and wondered what he was doing. The girl explained that he was playing a card game called Master Fantasy. Himuro replied that it was an online game in cards where you needed to compete with other players. In this game, you combine different cards, such as call cards and things, to defeat rivals. The guy said that there is also a little good luck here, because every time he pulls a random card from his deck. But the most important thing is to properly evaluate the situation. In this game, you need to be able to anticipate the opponent's moves, based on the cards that have already been played, and use your cards at the most favorable moment. The girl showed a player and wondered if he was the same Canada that heads the rating. I replied that yes, it is really me. The guy said he was still there, but all players seek to get the highest rank, because you can get money for that. Himuro admitted that he likes to invent tactics against strong rivals. For him, this game was truly exciting. Himuro asked the girl what she wanted from him. The guy immediately noticed that the girl specially waited for everyone to leave and only then went to the main character. It was very embarrassed. The girl looked closely at Himuro and began to tell what she wanted from him, but did not have time to treat. Himuro interrupted her and said that she did not joke with punishment. The girl was surprised that the guy somehow learned about it. She was completely confused because he immediately realized what was the matter. Himuro told that he saw her during a lunch break. She joked and had fun with such ashakas and other guys. Then the guy with the edge of the eye noticed that she was constantly losing and advised her not to participate in games with punishment. The guy added that he did not hear what punishment was assigned, but they both understood what such a vioachashi was. Chemistry asked the girl whether it was true that such a man ordered her to confess to the stranger's love. The girl replied that she was clear. She realized that Himuro knew everything from the beginning. In fact, in the game for the girl, there was no admitting to love in the first counter. He was asked by a girl who was a real punishment. The girl wanted to tell how everything really was, but did not have time to do it. Suddenly, everything began to rumble loudly around. The girl thought it was probably an earthquake, but someone answered her that no, a matter of something else. Suddenly, everything around began to change. It seemed that the world became unfamiliar and turned into something completely incomprehensible. The guy was already about to tell the girl that they needed to run out of here, but suddenly heard she shouted loudly. Himuro turned and noticed that the girl had been in trouble. She began to disappear from this world. He began to call her named Naha and reached out to her. The girl, in response, tried to reach the boy, calling his name Canada, but the boys did not have time to grasp their hands. Humorov was very worried about the girl and tried to save her to the last. He once opened his eyes and realized that something strange happened. The guy was completely in the big cave. Himura was very surprised and said he should be in the lesson now. The guy heard strange sounds behind his back. Himuro looked around and asked what it was because he had just heard a sound. The guy really wanted to know if there was someone there. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was approaching him. A huge monster came out of the dark shadow of the spooky tunnel. He immediately rushed at a guy who froze from confusion and did not know how to act. The monster struck a powerful blow, and the guy fell to the ground. Himuro looked at the monster and wondered what it was. It looked like a creation from a fantastic story. As he tried to get up, the monster attacked the monster, but this time did not touch the guy. Himuro tried to scream at the monster, asking him to stop and listen. Although the guy shouted, the monster did not even pay attention to him. The next moment, the man shouted something in his own language, waved his sword sharply, and hit Himuro again, but therefore managed to evade. "Thank you, Moro," that you do not understand the language of this creature. In any case, he needs to get out of there as soon as possible. The guy took a step back and snapped through the stone. Because of this, he fell to the ground again. The guy lifted his eyes and noticed that the monster swung his paw. Suddenly, a girl appeared from nowhere and said something in an unfamiliar language of this world. It immediately attracted the attention of the monster, and he stopped. The monster, along with Himuro, returned to the girl and noticed that she was spreading in the air just above them. Himuro was genuinely surprised when she suddenly appeared, and the guy did not understand where she came from. The girl went down to the ground and looked at the boy. She was approached by a monster and told her something in her own language. For a while, the girl and the monster discussed something with each other, but Hamuro could not understand what it was about. Suddenly, Muroho heard the girl asking her husband, as he got here. The guy did not understand what they were talking about, but now he is gradually starting to catch the essence of their conversation. The girl turned to him and asked how he found himself here. The young man sincerely replied that he did not know this, because when he woke up, he was already there. The girl asked the boy again if he really didn't remember how he found himself here. She asked the guy how his name was. He replied that his name, Meros. The girl sat side by side and noted that he had a strange name and unusual clothes. The girl asked if Hamuro could be from another world. The young man thought about her words because he really believed that it could have been completely. The girl said that sometimes it happens that creatures from other worlds know nothing about the local world. He looked like one of them. The girl said that if he is really from another world, then she would not survive here on her own. Therefore, she decided to report him Lord India. The girl said that in front of them, her ruler and the lord of 1,000,000 monsters. This is Lord Zdew. Now, the girl decided to take it to herself. The girl said Lourdes Ada would decide what to do with him. If he is worth it, he will not be killed. But if Hamuro is in vain, he should be ready for it. The guy was very scared of what could have happened. The girl said that if Gamuro did not want to go with them, then he can refuse and try to escape. Suddenly, he saw a lot of monsters, and the girl asked the boy what he would do in such a situation. He will later understand that he really was better to go with them. His hands were bandaged with bandages, and they all moved together to the Lord. The boys went further into the cave and stopped at the big door. The girl turned to Mr. Infection and reported that she brought her husband from another world. The guy was on his knees near the high stairs where the master was sitting. Zoda looked at the boy closely, and he immediately guessed that he was standing in front of him. The owner turned to the girl and asked if he was really a stranger. Lord wrapped up to the rope and asked what he was thinking about it. The rope looked at him through his balloon and said he was just worthless. His mind works well, but the body is very weak. He has no magical power at all. In short, it is not good. Sardis stated that he had no magical power. However, he heard that some aliens from other worlds have strong artifacts. And this guy had nothing like this, so the Lord thought for a moment what to do with him. A moment later, he decided that Chimoro should die. Music said that this thing is unnecessary. It can be eaten. There are many those who like human meat, so he decided to give it to them. Merrill finally dreamed and asked the ruler when they were going to eat him. Emery replied that yes, this is really the case. He still asked the boy that he was wrong with him, though he is a stranger, but also a man. After all, people also eat cows, pigs, and other animals. Mustic said he sees nothing special in these people because they eat animals only because they are weaker. The same applies to the people themselves. This Jew warned the guy that he can eat it because of weakness. Everything is simple here, such rules of this world. But Lord acknowledged that Himaru was lucky. Music said that their lunch is over today, so hemorrhoids will live until tomorrow. After that, The guy was closed in the cage and locked the door. The Kimura remained quite lonely and decided that it had moved to another world. The guy was convinced that he was in the classroom, and suddenly, under his feet, began to tremble the floor. Suddenly, he remembered that there was also Nanhara next to him. The guy wondered what happened to her. He was even more worried, thinking that if she also got into this world, she could have been attacked by the monster. Maro realized that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible and find it. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his whole body, and he twisted in pain. In his soul, he realized that he could not go to look for her now. He mentioned that he should be killed tomorrow in the evening, but it is likely that this may happen even earlier. He understood that he had to get out of this prison as soon as possible. Now the guy wondered what to do to him, and will he be able to change something at all? Muro noted that if it was a game world or something like that, he would be able to understand it. The guy reached out and stated that he would choose the card from the list. At the same moment, a map appeared before the hero's eyes. It surprised him so much. The guy looked around and noticed that there were many cards in front of him. Himuro asked what it was and why this happens. He looked at the card carefully and realized that it was a master fantasy map. Himuro took one of the cards and asked if it had not. The card was written that she would be able to return it. The guy decided to try it immediately. Meria touched his hand, on which there was a great wound, and could not believe that it had happened. The guy was surprised when he realized that he was able to heal himself with the help of recovery magic. Muro asked for permission to use the properties of these cards for his own purposes. The guy remembered how he was told that other strangers from a foreign world have very special things. The Himoral realized it was about cards. Suddenly, he noticed a cross on the map, which he had not seen before. The young man remembered that it was not in that place yet. The card was written that he should wait 3 days before using it again. He begins to understand that all these cards have a certain recovery time. That is, if he used the map, he will not be able to apply it again until this time expires. He realized that even if there is a restriction on the time of reuse, it can still use any card freely. This means that hemorrhoids have a chance to survive. The guy realized that these 300 cards would be his rescue from the demonic dungeon. Himuro wondered whether the properties of cards with those in the game were not the same. The guy said there are 3 types of cards: call cards, subject cards, and magic cards, each type in 100 pieces. Himaro suggested that the time when you can use the card again depends on the number of stars on it. Initially, the guy realized that he should get out of this camera. Outside, this prison was full of monsters. Then Humarok realized that he would definitely need a subject card, or at least some weapons. But the guy refused. He doubts that he will be able to cope with so many monsters, having only weapons. Then Himaru advised him to use the call card to strengthen his combat capabilities. In this situation, the guy decided to use one of the cards. Everything around instantly began to change. In a moment, a girl suddenly appeared in the sky, as if she were in the air. Himuro noticed that she had completely different eyes. The guy believed that a maid with black hair and dark red eyes was in front of him, and he really managed to call her. The girl bowed low to the boy and introduced herself. Her name is Mia, and she is a devoted combat maid. The girl has a knife with the force of darkness, and she can also spell fire. This ability will last for 2 days, and it will only be possible to use it in 10 days. Mia told him about the path she came to his call. The guy received a warning. He should beware of combat maids from the kingdom of Aqua. They are not only beautiful, but also real soldiers who have good magic and weapons. The next morning, the guy asked the girl, surprised that she knew his name. The girl replied that yes, of course, because he is her master. The young man thought that if he was able to communicate with the beings called, he may receive some important information from her. Himarot asked Mia if the girl understands that she was a card. Mia replied that yes, she knew it. After that, the guy wondered whether Mia knew who is the becomes. It seems to him that this ruler is also called the devil here. Mia thought and replied that she did not know him. Meru also drew attention to the fact that Mia did not know the infant. This means that this world is not related to the game. In this case, Himaru turned to Mia and warned her that the world to which he called it was very dangerous. Therefore, perhaps that is where she can die. Mia confidently replied that she would not die. He asked the girl why she was so sure of it. Mia replied that she was a map. If she is fatally injured, she will just turn into a map again. It will also happen with all other call cards. Camero believed that the intended creatures did not die. Then, it will be able to significantly expand its strategies and tactical techniques. At this point, the guy heard a monster approaching his camera and calling him. The guy saw the monster who asked me what I was doing here and where I came from. Himuro decided that this was the same monster who attacked him first. The guy looked at Mia and thought that she was comfortable as a strong card in the game, but he was still sure if she could overcome the monster of this world. The monster said to the girl and asked that she did not ignore him. He asked me if she really wanted her to eat with this garbage. Hearing these words, the guy was very angry. Mia asked the monster why he called her garbage from a row. She did not understand who he meant, so she decided to clarify it with him. The monster replied that it was a man standing near her. He is just a null who has no magic. At best, it is only food. Mia was unbearable to hear it, so she sharply ordered the monster to silence. The monster wanted to deny, but Mia again asked him to remain silent. The girl wondered if he was deaf, because he did not hear her words. Hearing these words, the monster was angry. It grabbed the lattice in the camera and effortlessly squeezed them in different directions. The monster said that this garbage had to become their dinner tomorrow, but it seems that they would have to destroy it now. Mia became angry because of this and immediately grabbed her weapon. The girl said that the monster had offended her master 3 times. Muro could not believe that Mia was behaving so boldly. She was not afraid of danger at all. The monster realized that the battle would begin, so he took up his weapon. The monster instructed the weapon on the girl and began to insult her, throwing rude words in her direction. He turned to Mia and asked that she could contrast such a sword. Mia, not hesitation for a moment, swung his weapon and cut off the monster's hand. He stood as if he were enchanted and watched this battle. The monster tightened in a painful cry, and Mia noted that she thought he was strong, but in fact his reaction and speed were left to be desired. The girl asked the monster whether it was all that he was capable of. The monster grabbed the weapon with his other hand and swung her again on the girl. In response, I made a monster 2 blows on the chest that formed a cross together. These blows were deadly to the monster, and it fell to the ground. Himuro looked at the monster in surprise, suddenly realizing that Mia could kill him. The girl returned to Himaro and asked if the enemies had already won. The guy replied that no, many more monsters remained. The guy said, "There are many enemies. He needs to get out of here, and he needs my strength." Himuro said that it was better to leave here, because other monsters may come to this place. Mia confidently stated that she would be able to cope with any number of monsters. Maru warned the girl not to be too self-confident, because probably ahead of them await enemies, stronger than this monster. Mia replied that in this case he would do his best to protect her master. The boys reached the turn and cautiously looked out of the corner. Kumarov turned to the girl and noted that, from the camera behind the human voice, the guy assumed that there could be someone else. Suddenly, Himuro remembered Nazashara, and it seemed to him that she may be sitting in a cage. The guy looked inside but saw another girl there. They looked carefully at each other for a while, evaluating whether one of them was dangerous. The girl asked him if he was a man. The guy looked closely at the girl behind the lattice and noticed that her skin was completely white and her ears were sharpened. Himuro immediately guessed that he was an elf. The girl asked the boy if he was also grabbed. She was surprised how he managed to get out of the cage, but in the end, she decided that it was no longer important to her. The girl asked him if she could help her get out of this cage. Mia told the guy that she was not feeling anything hostile from him. She believes that they are not threatened if they release it. However, it is important for Mia what decision its owner will make. Maria thought that a knight was sitting in the cage in the armor, which may mean that he has a certain power. Whoever it is, if she can at least give them strength, it will be much easier for them. Himuro asked Mia to help him pull the girl out of the cage. Together, the boys were able to cut the rods and released the captive. When the girl was at large, she thanked Mero and me for helping her. The girl was very grateful for their support. The girl called Tiana. She runs the Order of the White Dragon in her country called Yom. Those and ERs confessed that they never heard about recruiting. They became wondering from which country of Himuro, the one who called them. The guy answered that he was from Japan. Tiana asked the guy where this place was. The girl thought it was probably some country on another continent. He was very surprised when he learned that there were several continents in this world. The guy replied that no, he recently got into this world. Local monsters call him a stranger. Tiana replied that she heard about the existence of people from other worlds, but she could never imagine that she would really meet. The girl said she had many questions to her, but now there was no time to discuss them. Muro said TNR that he was going to leave here. He suggested that the girl go with him. TNR agreed to this proposal. The girl asked him to wait a little here until she tries to find some weapon. Murov calmly answered her that he already had a weapon. TNR then told the boy that he was unarmed. Muro stretched his hands forward and ordered all the cards. TNR asked Himura that he thought. The guy was surprised and wondered if TNR did not see the card. Are people not able to see her in this world? Here, Meryl remembered Mia because she saw all the cards. The guy warned TNR that he was now creating a weapon, so he asked her to move away. It was very surprised by TNR, and she wondered what the guy was holding in her hands. Kimuro thought that even though she was the commander of the order, they still did not know how strong she was. The guy advised that it was better to call a weapon that took more time to implement. Hamuro called the item card the Wind Sword. It is a sword with the property of wind that enhances the force of the owner's attack. It works for 2 days, and it takes 10 days to recover. When Tina noticed that the guy was holding a weapon, she asked in surprise how possible. Heimer asked the girl to take ready-made weapons. The girl took it in her hands and said that the thing is easy, but at the same time, it seems strong. TNR asked the guy how he managed not only to call a person, but also to create a weapon. The girl did not understand who he was. Imuro replied that he was just a stranger. In the meantime, the boys went on the road. TNR explained to the children that Zamtoe consists of several levels leading deep underground. According to the girl, when she was brought here, it was the deepest level. TNR realized that they would only be able to escape rising higher. If they manage to get to the ground, they will be safe there. Himuro asked TNR why she was kept here. The girl told them that they were informed about the accumulation of monsters in the forests of Gale. So they went to check this information, but they were seized. If only ordinary monsters occurred on the way, Tina would effortlessly cope with them. But together with them stood the commander of the army income. The girl said Gimero that if he recently got into this world, then he probably does not yet know who is the becomes. Gimero replied to this that he had already met with him. This was struck by Tiana, and she asked in surprise whether he had already met with him. The girl did not hide the surprise that everything was fine with him. Emerge is a devil who seeks to seize power over this world. In the past, many people have become victims. Suddenly, several monsters appeared behind the guys. They turned to the boys and asked what they were doing here. The boys were spanning because they were noticed. Then Moro asked Tiana if they would run away. The girl replied that the news of their escape could not be allowed. Fortunately, there were few monsters, so TNR was sure that they could cope with them quickly. Tien did not waste time and immediately rushed into battle, attacking the monsters. The girl suddenly began to beat them, and it surprised one of the monsters. TNR hit the monster in his chest and hands. After that, the girl dealt with the next monster. She managed to sneak to him from behind and strike in her back. At that moment, Himawaro stared at the girl and thought she was very strong. The guy realized that this was the power of knights in this world. Himawaro said to Tiana that he was expecting that from the Order of the Order. The girl agreed with him, adding that thanks to this, the sword felt confident. The girl even wanted to say that half of their success is his merit, and this sword became a decisive touch. The sword seemed to her surprisingly easy, but perfectly cut the monster like oil. She has never heard of such a weapon. The girl returned to him and said that if they got out of here, she would like to buy this sword. She promised to give 60 gold coins for him. Goro replied that unfortunately, this sword would last for 2 days and then disappear. The girl heard, very surprised, and she asked because she had only 2 days. It was quite upset by TNR. At that moment, another monster appeared over the boys and began to watch them. He turned to them and asked what was happening here. The boys immediately turned and frightened their eyes up. The monster approached the boys and noted that they had fun here. Since he had a little free time, he suggested that they entertain him. Tina immediately recognized this monster. They looked at each other, and the monster also realized who before him. The monster said she was the same Elfian with whom he had recently had fun in the forest. The guy agreed that those days were really funny. Goro said TNR that they seemed to be familiar. Tiara replied that he is one of the main officers who headed the subdivision of the Army of the Internal Army. The monster jumped from the top stone just to the boys standing below. The monster introduced himself as the chief commander named Dark. Himura was very interested in how strong the leader of the enemy army. However, whatever it was, he decided to play with him. Tien came to the darkness with a sword, but the monster quickly exposed her weapon and repelled her blow. Dard told the girl that to win with one blow is too boring. Then he pushed Tina to the side with a sharp movement. At the same time, he noticed that a new enemy appeared behind him, who assembled him with his weapon. Mia struck the guy with all his strength, but Darker cleverly bounced back and avoided injuries. In response, he swung on the girl and struck on the ground. Mia had time to bounce back, so he could not touch her. He repeated the actions of the boys and was very surprised by the power of darkness. His own power did not compare with the monsters they met before. The guy mentioned that when you beat a long spear, there is always a gap. Through the smoke, he noticed how someone's weapons were sticking out of the earth. In an instant, Dirg quickly reached out to Mia with his strong hand. He struck the girl strongly, but she managed to sit down in time and defend herself. Darg asked Mia to entertain him as soon as possible. Tiana again enters the battle, encroaching the monster, but it is cleverly evasion. The girl swung again, but she never managed to hit the shadow. The monster asked TNR what happened to her because she became much stronger. Darker thought that she just did not fight the full force. In response, the girl swung on him again. Darker cleverly bounced sideways, but now 2 girls rushed at him. The monster swung, trying to impress with both Miu and TNR with one blow. Darg asked the rivals with them what had happened to them. He noted that they never win him at such a pace. Tiana began to be angry because she could not overcome this monster. Darga asked the girls to make more effort. He really wanted them to start entertaining him. Tina and Mia, without hesitation, rushed to the help of Darko. However, the monster cleverly evaded their attacks. At that moment, Himura watched them and thought that Darka had been covering them all the time. He may still not beat full force. Its level is much higher than all the monsters they have met before. The guy could not understand how many more as he was at that level. Himura realized that it was impossible to delay. We need to defeat this monster until he has shown all his strength. Powerful cards of spells with a large area of lesions can affect these two, and there is a delay between the call of strong creatures and their attack. Fortunately, their enemy is not very attentive. Now Meria only has to distribute cards. Morality wanted to give this two chances to attack him. The guy got a map with a spell. These were 6 elements. He instantly aimed these arrows on Darga. The monster heard something flying in his direction and tried to reflect. Darga felt one of the arrows hit him right in his leg. At that moment, stones began to grow from the tip of the arrows, which tightly covered the paw of the monster. Over time, the girls realized that they now had a real chance. Mia decided to act first. She was quietly gripping to the monster from behind and swinging. Darka had time to react and reached out to beat the girl, but Mio still hit him with his weapon. Thanks to this, the girl was able to cut off the monster's hand. Further, TNR rushed into the battle, who was already running directly at the monster. The stone, which grew out of Chimoro's arrow, did not allow Darga to move. He tried to hit TNR, but he did not work. At the same moment, the girl was able to strike Dargu with a sword, and from his body splashed blood. Tina tried to breathe, and the boys realized they managed to win Darko. However, even the wounded, the monster remained alive and laughing at the boys. Dareji immediately thought that this guy or girl would not be able to fight, so he just walked away. But then it became clear that he had some interesting surprises. Darka asked the guys if they planned to run from here. They entertained him well, so he decided to share with them one interesting news. Darka said that at the end of this path, they would see the iron door. They will be the stairs that are up. These stairs will be able to come out. Darka warned the boys that they would be waiting for the barrier of Lord's Do. This path is protected by an incredibly strong obstacle that no one has managed to overcome. The monster said that the boys would be able to survive only if they pass through the barrier. Perhaps their attempt will be in vain, but at least they can try. A moment later, Dark died. Tina looked a little upset, and the girl told him that if Darko's words were truly true, then they would not be able to escape. They were in a dead end. The mirror thought for a moment, and then replied that they really had their own way. The guy said that this barrier was created, so the only way for them was to defeat Lord himself. Tina was quite surprised when he heard it. She asked him or not to speak nonsense. It is impossible. In response, he or she said it was the only way to get out of here. TNR reassured the guy, saying that they themselves did not know how strong the becomes. To date, no armies have yet been able to defeat this monster. Muro replied that they were already aware of the power of Darg, and that many of the same monsters as he were left there. It is simply unrealistic to win Darg. TNR looked at the boy in confusion and asked what he was in mind, talking about their condition. The boys decided that to defeat Sadia, they needed to gather their own army. After a while, Himaro assembled his own army. This army immediately went in search of the monster. The skeletons came across 2 monsters who asked who they were and where they came from. However, the skeletons did not stop and rushed directly to the monsters. They became even more. After a moment, The guy's army was able to defeat all the monsters. At that moment, the boys were hiding behind the wall. When it became safe, they realized that the road to them was open, and now you can move on. The guy immediately rushed to run a long corridor. In the end, Himuro stopped and decided to check how many creatures he could cause. The guy explained that he could use only 2 creatures cards at the same time, so everything happened in the same way as in the game. Tiana didn't understand what he was talking about. Himuro believed that he could use cards as well as in the game. Each of them had its own recovery time. Many soldiers gathered around the rise, so he must first deal with them. The guy needs his own army. Thanks to the map of the Lord, the undead Hades Himuro will be able to create his army. The map stated, everyone killed by Hades turns into skeletons. He plans to destroy the city of Aru in one night. From now on, it is the city of the dead. Then Himuro decided to use a map that strengthens his army. It was the skull of the First Lord. With these 2 cards, the boys will be able to resist the army. Meanwhile, he sat on his throne and asked the rope as their plan was moving. The Tross replied that everything was going well. Everything has already been prepared for invasion of Yom Kingdom. The cable reported that Mr. Gerg was already waiting on the border with his army in 100,000 soldiers. As soon as it is ordered, they will immediately start the offensive. Emeritus replied that after the destruction of the kingdom, they will not have any problems with the kingdoms Nimros and Il. Very soon, the whole continent of Aegis will only belong to him. America asked the Lord whether he would really destroy all people. He said that of course no, he does not need to destroy such food stocks, but they do not need these kingdoms, so they will live in their dungeons. The girl was glad to hear such an answer. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. The girl asked the girl that he was a noise on the street. The monster immediately ran up to the extra and reported to the gentleman that they had attacked a huge army of skeletons. He reported that the fight with them was going on all over the dungeon. The girl and the girl were alert. The girl asked the monster what happened to Mr. Jardy's barrier and where these skeletons came from. The monster answered that she did not know anything about it. He was convinced that they would not be able to restrain enemies for a long time. In addition, the defeated soldiers also turned into skeletons. The monster said that the army of skeletons was constantly growing. He said it was just a matter of time when they would capture all the dungeons. Suddenly, the monster began to speak in a completely different voice. The neighbor took a few steps forward and asked the monster who it was. The monster smiled Lord and began to take off his masking. From the body of the monster began to crawl a skeleton from the Himuro army. He stopped right in front of the neighbor and introduced himself as Hades, Bishop of the Dead. Hades said to the armor that he would take his life. The girl was surprised and asked if some pathetic doll was really intended to kill the great ruler of demons. Gades replied that I became one there, and they have many warriors. The girl asked if Gades really believed that he could defeat Mr. Emergency and his army on his own. Gades replied that they had incredible confidence, but he also has his own army, many soldiers created from the bodies of fallen monsters. Behind the owner of the undead, all the skeletons that are part of Ada's army began to appear one by one. Hades reported that they were preparing for the beginning of the war. The skeletons and monsters immediately came together in a fierce battle. The skeletons were so strong that they could make monsters tangible. The measure could barely believe it. Marika said the skeletons were the weakest among all the undead. She could not understand where they had so much power. Suddenly, Hades made a sign, and all the skeletons immediately turned his eyes on the armor. All the skeletons rushed up the stairs up to their lord, who was already preparing for battle. The wicked struck a powerful blow that destroyed several skeletons. The wreck inquiringly asked the Lord Mercets, only skeletons cannot overcome it. Gades replied that in this case, you just need to continue to attack. He replied to this that it is not necessary to joke about this issue. He again arranged a powerful explosion that split the skeletons into pieces. Hades imposed a curse with his magic. He managed to put a seal on his opponent's arms. Hades told the Lord that he had clasped his hands. Mark replied that no matter how he tried to destroy everything, he would still succeed. Gades noticed that having given his hand, he loose her at the same time. It seemed interesting to him. Emery replied that everything that his opponent is doing is in vain. After these words, Hades had attention. The next moment in your Gades, a powerful explosion thickened. The skeleton began to collapse. He used his magic to grab the skeleton by his throat and lift it into the air. Bear noted that he had not used these hands for a long time, until Gades was well entertained, but now everything is over for him. In a moment, Ada's backbone broke up into thousands of small debris. The last thing he has said was to ask the camera to forgive him for failing to help. The young man, in his thoughts, replied that no, he did everything very well. At the heart of the plan to win the emergency is a sudden attack. For an unexpected attack, he gave Gades 2 orders. The first is to destroy all monsters in the dungeon. The second plan is to arrange a fight just in the throne room to distract the emergency and its warriors. After that, he needs to go into battle himself to fully focus on the battle. While the enemy was busy, Hemero was able to come closer. After that, Moyo decided that it was time to choose the next card. He chose a map of pseudo-heroine Medicelle and asked her to defeat Becomes. It was a very rare map that sacrificed for the sake of increasing its attack. Metacella was not a real heroine. However, she managed to overcome the Dragon of Darkness and save her city Kyle from destruction. Medicella immediately rushed to the infant who stood her back, but he felt dangerous in time and turned. After that, a strong explosion suddenly occurred near Lord. The brand was very worried about the infant and was very afraid for her safety. The girl noticed that where the owner stood, the blood began to drip on the floor. It was a blood that flowed from a broken hand. Lord looked at his hand and noticed that Medicelle began to leave her place. He looked at her carefully and said he understood everything. In his thoughts, he had already decided that this girl is the same as Hades. Through the smoke, he noticed the silhouette of Eros and realized that he was standing behind it. Suddenly, he realized that he was the same stranger. Himmerl thought that they failed to overcome the infant from the first blow. However, they still managed to cut his hand. The guy said Meticelli that she should not worry about him. He is able to protect himself. The guy asked the Metacellate to fight at full force. He insisted that she reappeared on the Becomes. The girl replied that she was accepting his order. She immediately rushed to the ruler and became too prepared for battle. When Metacellus attacked the ruler, he was able to repel the blow due to his power. The girl jumped up and, finding herself in the air, aimed at the Lord. The girl made a few shots right in the Becomes. Lord told the girl that she had unusual magic. He waved his hand, giving orders, and immediately sharp stone spears began to grow from the ground. Menticella was able to defend herself thanks to her forces. After that, the owner again sent a whirlwind to the girl, and she was already behind him. When the girl swung to hit the extra, he turned and noticed her. The Meticellus threw a spell at the Lord, but he quickly built a magical shield and was able to reflect. Marika was stunned by the battle that unfolded in front of her. She did not understand at all the purpose of the village. After all, this girl could fight on an equal footing with Mr. Sido himself. The girl suggested that this man uses magic to cause creatures. She realized that if he was defeated, then the Metacella will disappear. So the girl immediately moved towards the boy. He or she probably did not notice it, but I managed to get up in front of the guy and closed him so that the monster girl would not strike him. Mia told the girl that she would not be able to harm her master. Hearing this, the monster girl, only dissatisfied with her tongue. The Rose returned to Mrs. America and asked her to leave because he was about to destroy the enemy with one spell. But it was at this moment that Tina ran up to him and tore a rope with one blow. The girl told her husband that she was his rival. At that moment, Maris was convinced that Zarev and Matisiel were fighting himself. So far, everything went exactly as he conceived. The opponents again began to be hostile to each other. The girl was able to strike a few beats towards Lord. She replied that she was moving well, and suddenly the magical power of the girl approached Lord, and there was an explosion. After that, the magical force of the Metacella struck directly into the protective shield of Lord. He was genuinely surprised to see how strong this girl is. Metacella stood behind the infection. As he stood with his back, the girl invisibly turned on the fire at full capacity. In a moment, she released her strength, and a huge pillar of fire at a frantic speed flew towards the Lord. America and the Cable were enthusiastically watched the battle. After the attack on the infant, Metachel went to the rope. She cut the head in half with one powerful movement of the sword. Tina ran to the hero and asked if he was dead and whether they managed to cope. Himuro replied that it was not necessary to rush to the conclusions. The guy thought that Metisela had just used his strongest attack, and now it was only necessary to find out what it would end. Everyone kept their breath, trying to understand whether he remained alive. Suddenly, because of the smoke, the guys realized that nothing was over and is still alive. The Lord laughed quietly and told the boys that all this seems to him very interesting. He agrees that Metamodel has great power. Metisela did not wait for the infant from smoke. She again sent her spell on him. But even through the thick haze, Lord managed to stop her stroke, reaching forward. Mark told the girl that it was not enough for him. Lord confidently said Metiseli that she would never be able to defeat him. And that's over. Score sent powerful magical power directly to the girl. From this, her hand was immediately torn off. From such a strong blow, the girl fell to the ground. Metisel said that he wanted to completely destroy her. However, she withstood this incredibly strong blow. He turned to other guys and said that only they remained. The owner confessed to the boys that he did not understand how Himura could do this without even having a single drop of magic. It is inferior to another stranger from another world, which seems he has the power of the interruption. Lord asked the man whether the girl was his main trump card. If this is not, then let it show your true move. Since Himuro did nothing, the owner said that he seems as if he had no other cards. Marie fell near the Lord and returned to Mr. Zidar. He immediately asked the monster girl who happened to the rope. Merica replied that he had lost that elf. Emery replied that he was very sorry. In his dungeon, they made a lot of disasters. Therefore, as a reward, the Lord decided to deal with them himself. At the same moment, the Metacell began to recover and rise from the ground. He felt it immediately. Suddenly, the girl jumped and rushed to the Lord, but he again had to lift the magic shield. The becomes very surprised to see that the girl was still alive. He noted that she had surprisingly endured. However, he was convinced that nothing would work. Tien said modestly that she would not be able to break his defense with such an attack. Metisela decided to remove the restrictions from the central generator and go beyond the established limits. Metisela struck a powerful blow which surprised him. Everything around began to crack, and I got back. Mariki was worried about her commander and noticed that Metikela was pushing on the Lord. She did not want to acknowledge that Mr. Zarev could lose her. He splits all his hands, trying to defend himself. Morian noticed it and thought that the owner is now fully focused on defense, so now the guy has a chance to act. Gomuro decided to choose a new card for himself and this time his choice fell on a magical card. The guy used a chain map of the dark moon. She hid the enemy's actions and struck constantly. The chains immediately grabbed the Lord, tightly wrapping his hands. It has become an unexpected and very strong blow to everyone. The Lord realized that they extract magical power from him. Hymoror noticed that the barrier was weakened and ordered the Metacal to strike a powerful blow. The girl obeyed the boy and directed all her magical power to Lord. Thanks to this, the barrier that created a cord was destroyed. The owner became angry and called Medicelli's a slaughter. At that moment, Metisola reported that the central generator was badly damaged. It is no longer possible to continue the fight. The girl automatically includes self-destruction mode. A powerful explosion came to the next moment. All the boys tried to stay on their feet, under the pressure of a powerful explosive wave. In spite of anything, he was still alive. He told other guys that he did it, so they should not expect a mercy or a quick death from him. A magical circle appeared around the spare, and this was very surprised by Lord. He was outraged and looked at his hands, which he could no longer move. Zadu could not understand what had happened to him. He heard that it was a high-level curse, but the main thing was not at all. The Lord realized that Hymer was also involved in all this. The guy stood in the middle, and his cards circled around him. Mark said, Himuro, that he was the reason. Reasons cannot use powerful magic. Lord still couldn't understand who was Himuroa. The guy replied that he was a call, as the Lord said. The guy told the infirm that he applied his most spent on him. It takes a long time to work, but thanks to Metacell, he succeeded. It was a rare map of an endless magical circle. It causes incredibly great magical harm, but after activating this magic, you will not be able to use other cards for 2 days. Himura will tell the Lord that it is his real trump card. The young man asks to allow him to answer the question of who he really is. Himuro introduced and said that he had won the emergency with the help of maps. After that, he used the power of the map, and she destroyed the infant. At the moment when the strongest explosion struck, he did not even have time to understand what had happened to him. Lord could not believe that he had lost a man who had no drop of magic. Black sharp thorns began to grow from Lord's body. From the unbearable pain that swept the whole body, emergency could not restrain the cry. Along everyone only silently watched as he suffering. After that, an explosion was heard that destroyed the ruler. When the explosive wave subsided, the boys looked forward with anxiety, trying to see what remained from the infant. In the place where he had just stood, a large clump was formed. Tiana sat on the ground, and with surprise on her face, she said that there was no more. He died. She was very happy when she realized that they managed to cope with Lord. Camaro looked where the rick there was just a ripper, and realized that the battle had already been over. Tiana could not restrain his joy, so she immediately rushed to the boy, hugged him firmly, and exclaimed that they had happened. The girl shouted, "It was just incredible." She praised him once again, saying that he was just wonderful. She called him the hero of the kingdom, but she immediately corrected and said that he was a hero around the world. Himuro froze, having lost himself, and could only ask Tina to let him go, because the boy was painful. Murrow turned to Mia and asked what had happened to the Moster girl who was on the side of the Bikums. Mia replied that she had already searched, but never found it. The girl thought that she probably also got under the explosion. Himura thought she could suffer from the explosion, but the guy still thought she had managed to escape. The guy said that the skeletons caused by Hades would not last long, so they need to find a way out of this place as soon as possible. The guy also said that Dag told them about the opportunity to escape, but there was no confidence whether this path was safe for them. TNR replied that yes, it is really possible. Even if there are some difficulties, they can easily bypass them. He mostly agreed with the girls, but warned that it was not necessary to count on his strength. Then Tiana asked the guy what he was in mind. Himuro replied that these were the effects of the spell he used earlier. Now he will not be able to use magic within 2 days. Living skeletons continued the battle with the remaining monsters. Teen asked him when they returned from the place where he wanted to get. Moreau replied that he had not thought of it yet and had no plans yet. Then TR suggested that he go with her to the royal capital of the Westria. Himero thought it was probably the capital of the kingdom. The man asked Tiana if he could really get there. The girl replied that yes, of course. She explained that there are many travelers and adventure travelers in the capital. Moreover, there are descendants of the same aliens from another world as Humuro. The guy thought that in this case, no one was watching them. Himuro told the girl that it was good. He then asked if he could go with TNR. The girl replied that she did not see any problems. At the same moment, the boys noticed light at the end of the tunnel. They realized that it was finally the way they had been waiting for. When the boys came out, TNR realized that it was the edge of the forest. The girl asked him to leave the dungeon because it was still very dangerous there. The girl told the boys that once this forest was very rich and people lived here, but when the arrogance appeared, everyone left these places. Hemero asked TNR how much time they would need to get to the capital. The girl replied that it would take about 7 days on the road. The girl said it was best to get out of this forest now, although it will be far from the capital, but on the way in some village, they will be able to take a horse. First, they just need to leave the forest. Suddenly, Mia looked at her hand and noticed that she gradually disappeared. The girl immediately turned to Himero and said she was feeling her strength is on the verge. Himero replied that he understood everything and added, her time for selection almost came. The guy thanked the girl for helping him during the battle. Mia answered him that she should not thank her. The girl was sincerely pleased that she became a useful guy and was able to help him. Mia began to disappear and told Mr. Hamuro, who said goodbye to him. She promised to wait for his call again. Murov decided to try to choose one of the cards. All the cards appeared in front of him, and the guy realized that he could still use them. He returned to TNR again and said that as soon as he returned to him, they would immediately be able to reach the capital. The girl was very surprised and asked if it was true. The guy replied that he didn't know exactly, but perhaps this way would not work. T and R replied that everything was clear to him. He said he should not want to think unnecessary. They can move on. Homero supported the girl. When the boys were tired, they made short stops to rest and gain strength. Then they went on again. He suddenly noticed that Tuna was breathing hard. The guy realized that she was very tired. It was quite expected for him. Himuro thought that TNR had fallen into the dungeon before him. In addition, she has already spent a lot of strength in battle. Tina turned to the guy and said that a great mountain appeared ahead. This is the heart of Galea's forest. If you get around it and walk through the forest, then just before them will be the royal capital. Kimuro realized that they had a long way ahead. Suddenly, the Tina exhausted and fell to the ground without consciousness. The guy was very scared because of it. Himur gently put the girl on his back and realized that they would not be enough for a short vacation. In this condition, they will definitely not be able to get to the place. If they come across the forest on monsters, they will not be able to cope with them. Hemero said he would have to rely on this card. Hemero stretched his hands forward and said that the time has passed enough. Now he would probably be able to use cards. Then the guy decided he could help. Hamuro chose one of the cards and decided to use it. The guy called the Crystal Dragon card. Does this card really have the capacity of the crystal breath of the dragon? This is an incredibly beautiful dragon, as if he had just come down from the pages of the fairy tale. Hamuro was incredibly surprised when a huge and beautiful dragon suddenly appeared near him. He greeted the teacher and asked what order he had, which enemy needed to win. Maro replied that he wanted the dragon to help them get to one place. Dragon asked the man in surprise, is he really asking for transportation? The next morning, he asked if he could do so. The dragon replied that he did not deny. Hemero helped Tiana sit on the dragon, and together they went to flight just to the capital. The boys told that they were really flying. Hemero asked the crystal dragon to cross the mountain that stood in front of them. The dragon agreed to fulfill his request. Suddenly, Hemero reported that he was already seeing the capital of the kingdom. This guy decided that he was in the capital of the kingdom of Jomavestria. The dragon asked the guy if he would stop here. Himuro replied that this is a good idea, because if they land too close to the capital, there may be trouble. Maro got off the dragon and thanked the crystal dragon for his help. The guy asked if the dragon would be able to return to the card. The crystal dragon replied that next time he wanted it to be called directly on the battlefield. Maro took a map of the crystal dragon and remembered that during the use of cards, he always could return them to himself. This should not be forgotten. This fact can be important when thinking about tactics. Himurao said that the capital was already visible from here, so they need to deliver TNR as soon as possible. Suddenly, two riders raced the boys on horseback and turned to the guy. Some of them asked if he saw a huge dragon, like he landed somewhere here. Himura immediately alerted, thinking that they were noticed. They couldn't get out of the capital so quickly. The guy thought that these were ordinary soldiers who were nearby. He answered them that he had not seen a single dragon. The guy asked his friend if they did not see him, but he confidently replied that it was impossible. He accurately saw the dragon. The guy was upset and turned away, looking at Gamuro. His eyes were wide open as he saw TNR. The guy jumped off his horse and headed to Himuro. In a moment, he laid the mirror face down and began to call the guy in different words. He asked him that he made him his sister. The second guy ran to TNR and tried to shout something. The girl began to come to her senses, and the guy informed Albert that she was alive, but she urgently needed to see a doctor. Albert asked Timur to rise from the ground. He decided to go back to the capital with his sister. The guy asked his partner to take Himuro to their headquarters and interrogate him. The partner realized what he was asked for. Albert recalled Himuro that if the guy learns that he made something his sister, he would never forgive him. The boys walked the mountains until they got to the gate. The guy turned to Himaro and said that he had saved their leader from the captivity of the monsters. Then they got to this place together. The guy asked if he understood everything correctly. Humuro, surrounded by many knights, answered the boy that he was rightly understood. The guy believed that they were strongly pressed. The knights looked at him and could not understand why this person was with their leader. The guy asked him trust, assuring that he was telling the truth. His words really helped them to understand the situation. At this point, Albert appeared and reported that everything was fine with his sister. He said there were no serious injuries, so she would come to her senses in a few days. His friend asked if he learned something new. They showed him a finger and said that he seemed to save their leader from the captivity of the demons. But at the same time, he claims that he is an alien. Albert was very surprised by this and asked if Himuro was really an alien. He grabbed the guy by the shirt and said strictly that he should not joke so much. You just don't catch his sister. Albert was convinced that ordinary monsters would not harm his sister, unless it was a resident himself. And here he heard the confirmation. Yes, he was there. Himero said that TNR was captured by an infant. He killed an emergency and rescued TNR. Hearing these words, Everyone around burst into a loud laughter. Albert asked Himura that he meant talking about the murder of the child. Albert asked to let him go out. His friend asked if Albert really wanted it. The guy replied that he was an ordinary liar. Probably he has nothing to do with his sister. He just found her unconscious and wanted to rob her. Before he or she came out of the gate, Albert threw a coin and said that it would be enough for lunch. Albert, with sarcasm, noted that Gamero still helped his sister, so this is his gratitude. He asked the boy not to think that Albert from the House of Summer did not pay his debts. 11 Maro took the coin and said money was money. He looked around and saw a lively street full of pumps and people. We walked this street and looked around. Himero was surprised that here she is, the capital actually. It was very crowded here. Suddenly, the guy heard his stomach. He confessed that he had not eaten anything for a long time. For 1 silver coin, he could buy a lunch. Now any food is suitable for him. 2 guys left the premises and told the owner that they had ate. They thanked the owner for the treat. He invited them to visit them any next time. One of the guys told his friend that he drank too much. Hirono looked at the building and decided that it was probably a kid. There should definitely find something to eat. The guy walked in his direction when a man suddenly appeared behind him and called him out loud. The guy turned and saw a girl who told him that he could not come here. Himuro asked the girl who she is. The girl replied that her name is Misha. In response, Misha wondered how the boy was called. Chemical also called her name, and the girl said it was very beautiful. Suddenly, Gamuro noticed the girl's tail and cat ears. Misha said that this tavern is very expensive. If he does not buy alcohol there, he will simply not be allowed inside. There is nothing to buy for 1 silver coin. It was upset by Himuro, and the guy asked where she learned that he had only 1 silver coin. The girl replied that she saw the coin when he left the headquarters of the Knights. She has very sharp vision. Misha asked the boy if he was hungry. The guy nodded and replied that he was really hungry. The girl said she thought so. Still, Misha was in the same situation. Misha told the boy that she would take him to a good tavern. There, perhaps, 1 silver coin is enough for 2. Kimuro asked the girl if she wanted him to pay for her. Misha confidently replied that so, she wanted that. Timuro believed that there was nothing dangerous about it. The guy does not believe that Misha has some evil intentions. Kem answered the girl who rests on her. The guy asked where to go on. The girl thanked him and asked him to trust her too. Misha showed the boy where they need to go. The girl asked if the guy for the first time in the capital and from which cities he came. Morio replied that he was from Japan. Misha was surprised because she never heard about such a capital. Then the girl asked where she was. Chimoro said that it does not exist in this world. This is a country from his own world. Misha surprised it very much, and she asked if Himero was indeed a foreign planet. The guy confirmed that this is true. Meanwhile, Himero thought that they were walking by some dark corners. Suddenly, Misha said they had already come. Himaro raised his head and noticed that he was in front of a triangle. The guy took the 10th step and thought that this place looked too suspicious. He began to worry if everything would be fine. Himaro looked at the signboard and thought that he seemed. He recognized not only words, but even inscriptions. On the signage, it was written that the tavern was closed. The man returned to Misha and said that he probably was almost nearby. But the girl confidently knocked on the tavern door and called the owner to open the establishment. The owner asked the mouse not to shout. He asked if she sees that taverna was already closed. Chemical was very surprised when he suddenly saw a big cat in front of him. The guy sat behind the bar, and the cat asked Misha who came with her. The niche replied that it was Himero. He was her best friend. The guy was a little confused, because he could not understand when they had time to become such close friends. Misha said he decided to treat her today. He said he got here from another world. The cat was very surprised and asked if he was an alien. The cat asked the guy whether he was from another world. Murrow replied that he was here because of a powerful earthquake. Misha told the cat that they were very hungry with Gimuro, so he should feed them for 1 silver coin. The cat replied that all is well. Now the kitchen is closed, but it can cook something from what it has at hand. Misha was very pleased with this news. The cat returned to the Himur and asked him to go to the royal capital immediately. The guy replied that he was not enough from the capital. Many of him happened to him while he got to it. The cat said he was probably lucky. Muro wondered what he was in mind. The cat replied that the farther from the capital, the more dangers awaited on the way. Many travelers died at the hands of robbers or were victims of a monster. Therefore, he wondered how to know nothing about their world at all, managed to get to the capital whole and unharmed. Gimuro asked the cat how his name was. The cat replied that it could be called him Potan or just the owner, as he likes. He hesitated, as if he wanted to apologize for his strange question, but still gained courage and asked if Pentant was a person. The poet confirmed that this is true. He is indeed a feast. Hemero wondered what races live in this country. Plex said that there were animal, people, elves, and half-turns. Most of them are people, and the elves are the least. He immediately remembered that there was TNR in her detachment. The man turned to Misha and asked if she was a half-blood. Misha calmly confirmed that it was so. The boys wondered if there were elves in his world. He replied that no, only people live there. Then Misha asked if he had at least half people, but he denied it. After a while, the poet brought the dish to the boys and reported that everything was ready. Humero and Misha were genuinely surprised to see such a good dish. Misha tried the dish and told the owner that he was cooking the most delicious. The next day, he also tried the dish and said that it was very tasty. The sauce is perfect for this meat. Putton asked the guy who tasted this dish. Kimuro replied that the taste is just incredible. Hearing this, Putton became very nice. He asked the guy what he was going to do. Himuro finally came here, but he will not be able to live without money. He asked if the guy had a plan. Himmler agreed with this. He didn't know if he could ever return to his world. Now he needs to think about how to survive here. Meru wondered if he could work in tavern. The Poeton replied that the tavern is small, and the workers are still enough. Misha asked the guy, if so, why not become an adventure seeker like her? The girl explained that in the guild, adventure seekers can perform different tasks and receive money for it. Himero asked her if she could take him to the guild. Misha replied that he could count on her. The boys finished work, and Misha told the owner that they were already going. The poet asked the boys to wait a little. He stretched the cloak and suggested that tomorrow take it. Potten said that if Himuro was seen on the blood, everyone will start looking at him, so it is better to wear these clothes until he bought a new one. Jimuro asked the swear if you could really take this thing. Putan replied that he did not use it, so there was nothing to worry about the boy. So he thanks a regular client. Himuro threw a raincoat and promised that he would definitely remember this kindness. At that moment, Tiana woke up at the headquarters of the night. The girl asked where she was. Albert grabbed from his seat and happily told her sister that she finally woke up. TNR got out of bed a little, but Albert immediately told the sister that she has not tightened. TNR asked the guy how she was in their hospital. Suddenly, the girl remembered Himero and asked where he was now. Where did the guy who was with her? Albert addressed his sister and asked why she remembered that liar again. TNR became angry, and the girl asked why he was lying. Albert replied that he was saying full nonsense, so he expelled him. Miro told Albert, who was saying Tina was captured and he saved it. Most likely, he just wanted to get a girl's reward for it. In addition, Miro boasted that he had won the extra. Albert laughed and said Tiana that he would not worry. As a representative of the Lichten family, he gave him a silver coin and expelled him from home. Tiana was very angry and strongly gave a slap to her brother. The girl believed that he was behaving like a fool. Albert asked her sister why she did so. At that time, they and the ER loudly exclaimed that everything that Himuro was told was pure true. He is not a liar at all. The girl assured the boy that Murov was a real character. She saw her eyes with her own eyes, and Albert then simply expelled Murrow. Tien was asked to find him as soon as possible. Albert nodded in response, making it clear that he understood everything. Tiana was very upset and thought of him all the time. Meanwhile, Misha and Himuro are approaching the Adventurers Guild. The boys at the entrance began to hear that someone needed accompaniment to the Allen Arena. If someone urgently needs to get there, this issue will be resolved for 10 gold coins. One of the adventurers was outraged that only 3 gold was paid for the destruction of Goblin near the village of Gata. He insisted that this work was worth at least 4. Another adventurer turned to everyone in the hall and asked if someone owned the healing charms. Misha turned to the boy and asked to follow her. They approached the admin rack, and the employee immediately recognized Misha. Misha told the girl that they had not seen themselves for a long time. But the administrator reminded her that she was only yesterday. The receptionist said that today there is no task for Misha. The girl was upset and agreed with her. The receptionist said that if Misha gets an E, then she will have a job. But Misha confessed that it is too difficult to get a test for her. She has not been able to lay it down 10 times. The receptionist asked Misha who she came with. The guy who was nearby seemed to her very unusual. Misha replied that she was her best friend, and he came from another world. The administrator was surprised and asked Misha if she really said that this guy was from another world. Misha said he came here to become an adventure seeker. She wondered, if this guy is an alien, is it bad? However, the administrator assured that this is not a problem. In the past, there were already aliens from other worlds, and some of them even gained glory as famous adventurers. The receptionist turned to Himuro and explained that if he wanted to become a member of the guild, he must first receive an adventurer rank from her. The girl explained that there were 7 ranks. The highest is the rank S, and then the ranks A, B, C, D, E, and F. Each task has its own rank. Adventurers can take those tasks whose rank does not exceed their own or equal to them. Tasks with rank C often experience favorable proposals, and when he gets a rank B, he will become very famous and wealthy. The girl reached out to the boy's ball and told her hand. The man reached out, and the administrator saw all the information about Himuro. The girl said that the guy was slightly weaker than others, and he did not have a magical power at all. The girl asked if she had any special skills or hidden abilities. He may have a good sword, knows the martial arts, or skillfully throws knives. But the guy in response honestly admitted that nothing like this. It upset the girl a little. The girl asked the hemorrhoids and reported that he was awarded the lowest rank, F. The guy calmly accepted it and replied that he understood everything. It surprised the girl at the reception, and she wondered the boy why he was not upset at all. There are extremely little FF. Himuro replied that he was not going to stay in this rank forever. The guy remembered that the girl once told about the raising exam. The receptionist replied that yes, he can now register as an adventurer. The girl thought about what was happening to the boy. She looked carefully at her book and thought about it. Jimuro noticed this book in a girl and realized that it was the same list. He once again asked the girl if there was a man named Anaha among her list. The guy said she came from the same world as he. He assumes that Nahara could settle here about 4 to 5 days ago. The receptionist decided to find a girl, but said that there was no such name in the lists. It was very upset by the guy. Maroa said that she may be able to visit somehow later. The guy asked if she appeared in their guild, or could she tell him. The receptionist replied that of course she would give her it. The girl stretched the boy and offered to pick her up. Himuro was surprised to ask what it was. The girl explained that it was his adventure seeker. She stressed that this thing is very important, so he could not lose it. The girl said that each rank has a color. For example, the rank F is brown, E light brown, D is green, C is blue, B is silver, A is gold, and S is white. Many adventurers attach these honors to their belts. The girl reported that their registration was completed. She asked Himaro and Misha take care of herself. Mu attacked his ID to his belt and felt like a real adventure seeker. It was a strange and new state for him. However, he has not had any task yet. Misha turned to Himuro and said that there were no tasks for them. She suggested that the boys stroll together into Galea's forest. Mero asked why they went there. The girl explained that if they catch a bird or gather herbs, they will be able to sell it. She always does so when there is no work. The girl suggested that he join their group. She knows this forest well, so together they will be able to survey a lot of interesting things here. Imagine, there are many other ways to make money. The guy joked that then Misha would become their leader. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Knights of the White Dragon, the guy knocked on the door and asked for what he worried. Then he reported that Tiana had already come to his senses. He was told that all is well. Then he asked the man how she feels psychologically. The guy replied that everything was calm. However, the girl said something strange. He was difficult for him to believe it. The guy said TNR had told everyone that there was no infusion. The man ordered the guy to immediately send the scouts to the Gaily forest. He himself promised to talk to Tina personally. The guy obeyed and accepted the order. Meanwhile, the boys caught their first bird, and Misha said they were a real team. The girl said that there are not many monsters in the Galea forest. Good medicinal herbs grow in several places, so they can go on. Hemero thought that he probably had to get some weapon, so he decided to choose a map for himself. Misha noticed it and was very surprised. Meanwhile, Guru chose a card, a lunar blade. Misha was surprised and asked him where he had a repository. The guy turned to the girl and asked what it was. Misha said that it is a special space in which different things can be stored. Only a few managed to master this skill. And then Merle replied that his abilities were slightly different from this hiding place. At the same moment, the boys saw a giant monster in front of them. Misha was scared, but Merle gathered with the spirit, took everything under control, and asked the girl to leave. Misha shouted that Ogre was very strong monsters and he should not be here. The Ogres shouted loudly to the boys that they were his enemies too and immediately rushed at them. The OGR sworn on the boy, but he remained calm and confident. He assured Misha that everything is under control. The guy realized that even with the sword, he was too risky. Now he needs to use the call card immediately. Gaimaro tried to bounce back to win a little time, but the Ogres quickly caught up with him. The guy tightened greatly because he realized that he would not have time to call the card. When the OGR raised his hand, the guy was confused and did not know what to do. Suddenly, someone threw the blade and it hit the monster's hand. Ogre and Himura were surprised because there was no one in the forest. Suddenly, several adventurers ran to the boys. The girl grabbed several knives and threw them into a monster. While that guy tried to pull out all these knives, another one attacked him. Zack. The ogre sharply turned and tried to hit the guy named Moore, but he failed. In the next moment, the girl rapidly rolled the blade directly into the forehead of the monster. After this blow, the monster fell to the ground, and the hemorrhoids were surprised to freeze in place. watching the boys continue to fight. Himura looked at the strips of adventures and realized that he was faced with adventurers with rank D. The girl returned to Himuro and said that they were the first to start a battle with him. She explained that their task was to catch him, so she warned others so that they would not have thought to take prey. Homura calmly replied that he was not going to do it. The guy suggested that they could win him. The girl in response noted that then they had nothing to worry about. The girl looked at the boys carefully and noticed them with rank F. It was very surprised. The adventurer noted that they would definitely not cope with this monster. The girl turned to the boys and asked if they were new. Muro replied that yes, this is true. Today, he just started the path of the adventure. He recently got into this world and knows almost nothing about local monsters. The girl asked the boy in surprise whether he was really an alien. She has never met such people before. Then the girl introduced and said that her name was Renee, and then asked the boy's name. Himuro and Misha introduced themselves to the girl. Renee asked her to let her share some tips with the boys. The girl said that it was better for them to go to the forest of Gallia. It became very troubled recently, and the monster began to behave much more actively. One of the adventurers returned to Rena and suggested that her go on the road. They had to complete another task, and then they would be able to go back. Suddenly, an arrow hit her shoulder. The boys were very surprised by a sudden attack and watched around. Renee turned to the wall and asked how he had things. The Zack was monitored, and anger began to boil in it. He asked sharply what was happening here. The guy saw that at the top was Goblin with a bow and arrow in his hands. Renee was very surprised to see Goblin and asked how he found himself in such a place. Zub replied that he was alone here, so they would be able to cope with him, but others denied him, saying that he was wrong. The boys looked around and saw that a whole bunch of goblins gathered around them. The boys realized that they were surrounded. Himuro immediately wondered whether he should use his cards in the eyes of these adventurers. The boys immediately rushed to the goblins and immediately began to cut them in half. The gamer also did not stay away. He hit the sword of one of the goblins. However, 2 more goblins were standing behind the guy. Renee helped the guy by throwing knives directly into the head of the enemies. Hemarov thanked the girl for salvation. Renee, in response, said he could always turn to her for help. The goblins stepped on the guys. Renee told the team that there are too many. They have already destroyed many enemies, but the flow of goblins is not visible. Suddenly, Zack returned to the boys and said they could escape. The young man persistently explained to the team that at such a speed of goblins, they would simply destroy them. He also added that if they manage to get out of the forest, the monsters will not pursue them. He closed with the monsters and told the boys that he would lay their way to escape. Renee and Himuro immediately rushed to escape from the forest. The goblins rushed out of the way, but they never managed to catch up with the boys. When the team came out of the forest, they were extremely exhausted. Zub said that it just could not be. He could not understand why so many goblins gathered near the capital. Moore replied that this has never happened before. He was convinced that the damn forest was to blame. The sea said they needed to report all this guild. Suddenly, the boys noticed that Renee had disappeared because she was not near everyone. Everyone was instantly agitating. No one understood where she could disappear. Meryu was frightened and immediately decided that she was apparently killed. But the sea denied, no, it's not. Goblins do not kill women because they need women to multiply. Most likely, she was seized and pulled to her den. Homaware exclaimed to the boys that it was necessary to save Renee. Zack said he understands everything, but they would not cope with it. Moore suggested that everyone return to the capital because they need to gather more people to save the commander. On the same day, Moreau addressed the boys and wondered if they knew where the goblin Lysis was located. Zub replied that the goblins were noticed in ruins west of the capital, so perhaps this is the place. He was convinced that there were a lot of goblins there. The boys ran towards the capital, shouting loudly that you need to hurry. The next morning, Morot turned to Misha and asked if she knew where the ruins were talked about. The girl answered, a little uncertain, that yes, she knew about this place. The guy asked her to spend it there. After a while, Misha brought him to where he needed. The boys looked from behind the tree and said they saw several goblins at the entrance. So they are exactly there. Himero thanked Meishi for her help. The guy told the girl that she could now return to the capital. Misha asked the guy what he was going to do with the goblins. He replied that he wanted to save Rina most. Then Misha confidently said she would go with him because she is the leader of their team. Moro stroked Misha on her head and said that she needed to take the collected things and go to the capital. He asked the girl not to worry because he was not going to die. In addition, the guy noted that no matter how much goblins, they are still much weaker than a relative. While he was running towards the capital, Chimoro decided to choose a map. He got one of them and called an innocent killer, Alice. The map stated that Alice has a good knife and engages in martial arts. The girl was sure that killing people was fun. As soon as Alice approached Chemical, the girl immediately sent her knife to the boy, but he did not even move. The girl with crazy eyes was glad because Umero finally called her. Alice asked the guy if he guessed she would stop, then at his throat. Kimmer confidently replied that, of course, he knew. He said that if he dies, she would disappear too. Then she will not kill anyone anymore, and he did not want to kill her at all. Alice assured that she understood everything. The girl hopes that the owner will allow her to fully enjoy the killings. Alice asked the boy who she needed to kill. Kemero said that in these ruins there is a man whom he wants to save. However, there are full goblins. Alice should distract all these goblins until the Himuro rescues the hostage. Alina asked the guy if she could kill them all. The guy replied that she could only kill goblins. Alice laughed and assured that she was perfectly understood. When the girl came into the ruins, she immediately rushed to the goblins. The girl was able to defeat several monsters immediately. The girl deftly coped with a whole bunch of goblins. She struck and feet and her weapons. The girl, with a thirst for blood, pulled out a monster's blade from his throat and moved to other goblins. Alice said she was not enough for her. She was missing. She wants even more. The girl asked if they could kill them all. Meanwhile, the hostage was lying in a lonely chamber, which was closely guarded by Goblin. The hostage was Renee, who complained that she hit her head. At the same moment, the girl heard a sharp sound. Himuro went into her room. The girl was very surprised when the boy approached her and asked why he was here. He briefly replied that I was glad that everything was fine. He came to save the girl. Rina asked the guy what happened to Zach and more. Himimero said he went to the capital to find more people for the team. Renee asked what happened. He came alone. Himuro reached out to the girl's hand and said that they were better in hurry, otherwise she may want to stay here. Renee replied that she did not agree. Renee got to her feet and complained that she was experiencing pain. Meryl asked the girl if she could go on her own. The girl replied that she could go alone, but she would have to wait for the fights. Renee told the guy that it was unreasonable to come here. It was not easy to get to this place. Hema replied that there was nothing special about it. The girl remembered that the guy had only rank F. Suddenly, the boys saw on their way goblins. Hemero immediately decided to choose a card for himself. It was a charming card. It released a fireball. The boys launched a fireball into the goblins, and they burned immediately. Murrow thought that there was one goblin in the camera room, and 2 more were in the hallway, so there were 3 goblins. Alice is now versed in other monsters. Renee returned to Himuro and asked how he managed to use this spell, because he only had a rank F. The guy said he does not possess magic, but has special things with magic. Thanks to these objects, it can use attacking spells that are stronger than the spell D. Suddenly, Renee exclaimed to Himuro that there was a giant monster behind him. The guy jumped off the monster and then looked at him carefully. Himuro turns to the plowman, guessing that he is the main among these ruins. Renee asked the boy why this monster was so angry. The guy replied that in his opinion, the monster was angry because they killed his goblins. The monster swung to hit the boys, but they managed to bounce sideways. Renee noticed a weapon near her, quickly lifted her, and threw it straight into the monster. The ogre cleverly beat the girl and broke her weapon directly on the fly. Himuro seemed to be the best of all, and this was his chance. He decided to choose the card again. But at that moment, Hemorrhoid saw how just a large stone cliff was flying on him. At the last moment, the Himorus sharply turned his head, and the stone hit the wall. There is a large dent from the stone in the wall. Looking at the monster through the mirror, he noticed that there were fragments of stone in his hand. The guy was convinced that if he hit him with these debris, then everything would end for him. So, the OGR sworn in a stone and threw him into a guy, and Chimoro often interferes with such situations. The monster simultaneously threw several stones, but Himara cleverly evaded them. The guy stopped at the wall and again felt some power on him. The guy turned and saw that it was a monster who swung the weapon on a chemistry. Renee wondered the guy if he could use spells again. He replied that he needed a little time to prepare before applying magic. Renee replied that they discussed it in advance. At this point, someone appeared through a narrow gap and began to watch the guys. Himuro raised his hands, trying to protect himself from the attacks by the monster. Suddenly, the monster struck the boy back. Himuro crashed into the wall and hit his head. Renee was very scared of him. That type took advantage of the situation and decided to attack the guy. But in a moment, a jug arrived in his head. Morality was very surprised and looked at the place where he was thrown. It was Misha who came to his aid. The girl boldly began to throw at the monster all that she had at hand. It was very angry with the plow, but Himmel had time to choose a map. The monster turned to the guy and noticed something unusual around him. Himero decided to use the subject card. It was a storm wind. The monster immediately began to cut into small pieces. The OGR fell to the ground, and Misha happily ran to Himuro and said that he had happened. Miro asked the girl why she did not return to the capital. She replied that she was very worried about him. He gently stroked the girl on her head and said that she had remained alive, so she thanked her very much for it. At that moment, Alice approached the boys and wondered if they had finished everything. Alice was all in the blood, and the girl with annoyance said they were much more fun there. Chemical asked Alice what happened to the Doblin who were there. The girl replied that of course they were all dead. There were many, but all were too weak. She dealt with them in a moment. Alice gladly asked him if they could still meet and who could still be killed. She increasingly wanted to deprive people of life. He almost immediately replied that he would better return this card. Alice tried to stop him, but it was too late. Meris believed that although she benefits in battle, he was a great danger to others. The guy wondered where to use her strength. Renee asked the boy what had happened, because the man had just disappeared. The girl thought, perhaps he really is a magician and uses magic. Chemical replied that it could also cause different creatures. Reina confessed that with his abilities, he did not deserve rank F. Then Reina asked Chemical who he really was. The guy replied that he was just an ordinary dashboard. At this time, a small group of people, for a short conversation, gathered at the gate. It has been announced that AK and Leon would be supported. Mark will remain to guard the entrance. They will return as soon as Renee. When the boys decided to find Renee, they noticed near Himuro nearby. The boys were very surprised that it was this guy who helped find a girl. After a while, the guy asked how the investigation was moving. He was told that they had not found any evidence of the death of a relative. there is almost no rumor in the city. The guy said that judging by the Tina's story, they learned about the Himuro rope. But where it is now, it is still unknown. The guy showed the picture and said he came out just horrible. The guy noted that if the words TNR are true, then this guy has a force that even surpasses the becomes. With such power, it can challenge the whole country. The boy was very curious about what man is Himuro Kanado. Meanwhile, Nanahara sat in the cage. She was approached by a monster and reported that the day of the test had come. He asks the girl to freshen up so that her vital energy remains in excellent condition, and she adds that she should be completely. A strange plant grew on the girl's hand. Meanwhile, Misha ran to the gilding of the adventures and shouted very loudly. She explained that she had fallen. Maluka looked at her in surprise. Misha turned to the kids and wondered if she had some work today. The girl looked very worried. Maluka replied that until recently, there were 2 working cases for the rank F, but now everything was dismantled. Misha jumped even more, and shouting was upset that she was late. Maluka gently stroked Misha on her head. Misha confessed that she really wanted to make a little money today and eat delicious. At that moment, the girl heard someone calling a boy with D-rang and asked to approach. The boys explained to him that they were lacking people to complete the case, so they offered him to join their team and share their profit equally. Misha thought that the higher you have, the easier it is to find a team, and with the rank F, no one even invites her. It is very offensive for a girl. Misha said that it would be better to go to Gali's forest to collect something useful. She said goodbye to Maluka, and the administrator asked Misha to be careful. When Misha came to the forest, the girl decided that she would harvest the berries today. Suddenly something attracted her attention. The girl saw several birds in front of her. Misha mentioned that these were the birds of Shamo. The girl realized the middle large bird is certainly very valuable and can be profitable. Suddenly, one of the birds saw that Misha had rushed to her. The girl shouted that she did not keep evil on them, but only the strongest survives in this world. Suddenly, the girl screamed of pain when the bird struck her on her head. The bird immediately rushed from Misha, and the girl begged her to stop and wait a little. Misha watched the birds and said that they fled from her. The girl was upset and realized that she would not be able to handle them alone. You will have to look for something else. It passed for a while, and Misha realized that someone had deceived the mountain herbs. After that, the girl had to run away from the bees and sincerely apologized to them for taking care of them. The girl was very upset and said that she did not work. She even decided to eat nothing today. Misha realized that she had no other choice, so she would have to go there today. The girl carefully rose to the hill and stopped just in front of the cave. Misha told her that she had already come. Meanwhile, in the cave itself, a large snake curled up and loudly slammed the tail. The girl looked carefully from behind the corner and saw that there was an ancient snake there. Today, he is here. The girl looked away and noticed that the item was already on the spot. It was a precious mushroom. The girl decided that if she sells this thing, it would certainly become rich. Last time, she was scared of the ancient snake and went away, but today, she was set to bring the matter to the end. Misha carefully bypassed the ancient snake so as not to wake him up. She thought that it was better to stay quiet now and not attract attention. Suddenly, the girl snapped through a stone and realized that everything was bad for her. At the same moment, the ancient snake woke up and stretched for all its length. The girl realized how huge he was. Misha began to assure loudly that he was not an enemy of the snake. She did not want to bother him, but only needed that mushroom. The girl said in confusion that she was just hungry and really wants to eat. If she sells this stone, he will even be able to buy a steak. She assured the snake that it is not tasty. The ancient snake crawled to the girl. He slowly wrapped around her and sniffed at her. The ancient snake sniffed the girl and then curled up again and fell asleep. The girl was surprised, but still went on. To her fungus. Misha was able to reach out and break it. When the girl went out of the cave, Misha turned to the ancient snake and thanked him. When Misha came out of the cave, she exclaimed loudly that she was able to find this valuable mushroom. The girl wanted to put it in her bag, and glad, because now she will not have to worry about food for a while. She decided to hide it deeper so as not to lose. But Misha did not follow the mushroom, and he began to slip from the rock. The girl noticed it at the very last moment. When the mushroom fell to the ground and broke, Misha shouted bitterly. So today, Misha never found any prey. The girl returned to the capital again. She was very sad and told that she had not eaten anything from yesterday. The sellers began to ask their customers whether they did not want fried potatoes with butter. Today, even more oil is added. Another seller turned to the boys and offered them to try a pie with stewed fruits, just from the stove. Misha became even sadder. The girl confessed that she really wanted to eat. The girl heard strange sounds and looked at the gate of the night headquarters. Misha noticed how the guy was thrown a coin and said that he would have enough for lunch. The girl thought that he had a silver coin. It is exactly enough to eat in the tractor at 3 intersections. Misha couldn't understand why he looked around. The girl thought he was a foreigner. For some reason, it seemed that he was hungry. When Misha Sakimuro approached the institution, the girl immediately hurried to him. She stopped the boy and said that he could not go there. That's how Misha and Himuro got acquainted for the first time. After a while, the boys went to the clothing store. Renee showed the boy's jacket and asked what he thinks about. Misha replied that it was too much fur on it. Maro wore another suit, and the girls asked the guy how he was clothes. The girls decided it looked a little too bold. After that, the guy dressed again, and everyone around Fun laughed at how he looked. Renee showed the boys the magic mascot she found and wondered their thought. Misha noted that Rena's clothing is probably also suitable for her. Himuro asked the guys when they would stop joke. Renee was surprised to ask what he was in mind because, in his opinion, they behave as seriously as possible. The girls turned to Himuro and said that he would once be up to rank B, and maybe even higher. Clothes should match this level. Himuro thought he did not want these clothes very different among others. The girls decided to try even more clothes, and then they took another thing. Himuro calmly said that he understands everything. After a while, the humorot tried on another suit, and Renee said it was a good choice. Misha supported her friend and agreed with her. Renee wondered the boy if he was comfortable. He replied that it is quite convenient here and easy to move. The seller said that if they give the alien clothing from another world, then he would sell all the things for only 4 silver coins. Renee agreed to this condition. He thanked the girl quietly, saying that she paid him a night and even bought her clothes. Renee thanked him for saving her from goblins. In addition, she is profitable if he remains her obliged. Renee told the boys that she still had things tonight, so she is going. Everyone said goodbye to each other. Himuro asked Misha what they would do now. The girl replied that she was going to relax in the 3 sides of the tracard. Then Misha asked the guy where he intended to leave. He quietly replied that he wanted to stroll through the city a little. Friends decided to say goodbye and agreed to meet in the tractor. When Hamarok was walking through the city, he heard someone trying to call him loudly. Albert, angry at the edge, told the guy he finally found him. Himuro forgot the name of Albert and asked how to call him. He shouted loudly that his name is Albert, and he came from Rifton's big house. Albert asked the boy if he became an adventurer. Himuro replied that it was something like that. Albert was convinced that Hamarov had only rank F. He was a common weak for him. Albert told this boy that ear was an important thing. He ordered to remain silent and follow him. Humarov asked where he was calling him. Albert explained that they were heading to the barracks of the Knights of the White Dragon. When the boys walked the street, Himaro suddenly heard someone calling him. It was TNR that called the boy. The girl took the chimao and gladly said that it was very happy to see him again. She still has not time to thank him. The girl sincerely thanked Himaho for saving her. Chemical noted that the girl's hairstyle became different. Himaro asked the girl if she had already recovered. Those and AR answered that yes, she is now quite healthy, but she still needs time to rest well. Tiana told the boy that during his vacation, the servant made her a new hairstyle. The girl smiled and asked directly if she liked. Jaime replied that his suits were really good. The girl thanked him for his compliment. Albert heard all their conversation and was very angry. Albert could not stand and turned to his sister. He said he still did not trust this guy because he was convinced that such a scoundrel would not be able to defeat the Becomes. TNR was indignant and asked the guy that he conceived again. He cannot even trust his sister. Albert replied that he had a rank F. Against RDU, he would not have any chance. At this point, someone approached the boys and asked what was happening here and where such a noise came from. Himuro turned and noticed that a young guy approached them, and a girl was behind him. The guy asked him what that means. His name is Canada. The guy called a river and said he was the commander of the Order of the Knights of the White Dragon. He was genuinely happy with Himaro. He also greeted in response and said he was glad to meet. At first sight, the guy realized that he was a very strong person. Relaborates told the man that Tiana was a lot guilty of him. He asked to allow him to thank himself in person. Ryuk asked him just in his forehead whether he really killed an emergency. Tina immediately returned to the commander and asked if he did not believe her too. Ryuk asked the girl not to speak such words. The guy said he fully trusts TNR, but this situation is special. Therefore, he wants to see again. The girl scolded because of it. Rick asked the guy once again if it was true. Kamir calmly confirmed that yes, this is really the case. However, Goro did not have time to agree because he was interrupted by Albert. He denied, "Of course, this is not true." Albert is ready to argue that this guy simply fascinated his sister and tries to deceive them. According to him, some simple soldier F will never be able to overcome an emergency. The next morning, he was not surprised at all that he was not believed. Albert appealed to the commander Roik and asked permission to fight her. The guy said he would now expose this fraud and will not allow him to continue his tricks. Ryuk asked Albert to stop behaving immediately. The guy returned to Himuro and asked what he would say to it. After all, they have a healer, and if something happens, he will be able to cure. The next day, Morrow thought and agreed for a long time. TNR was very upset and apologized, because the girl was sure that her disobedient younger brother was to blame. The girl replied that she was weaker than her, but she has a sword skillfully. She added that his feverish character sometimes harms his style of battle. The river reached out to the boy's weapon and explained that they used these swords during training. The blade is covered with a special resin, so the greatest danger is to break the bone. Ryuk added that now he wants to talk about the conditions of victory. Muro admitted that frankly, he was not used to fighting on his sword. Therefore, he suggested, maybe we will be assigned a victory, not to win the enemy, but to the one who is the first to strike. Reo replied that everything was fine, and then he would give it to Albert. Albert prepared for battle and ordered Himuro to move faster. The Himoral apologized to the boy and noted that the laces had been untied. Albert joked, calling him a non-chipra. When the boys were opposite each other, Renee asked them if they were ready. Ryuk thought, judging by Tina's story, that guy was incredibly strong. He was very fond of seeing it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Renee announced that the battle would begin now. Albert instantly struck the first blow to Himuro. The guy managed to put a sword in front of him so as not to hurt. Himuro began to step back, and Albert did not stop attacking the guy. Albert asked his enemy what happened to him. He could not do anything, only to flee from Albert. Albert beat Moreau uncontrollably. The guy did not like the fight at all, and he shouted that everything was happening too slowly. Suddenly, loud blows of the swords were heard in the air. Albert struck a German's sword so that he did not hold him in his hands. The guy's weapon flew back. Tiana and Rick were watching the battle. The girl was very worried about Hamo. Albert was very happy when he saw that the cheer was left without weapons. He waved his hand and confidently stated that it was an end. Suddenly, Heimer broke out rapidly and rushed straight to Albert. Himuro was behind his opponent, and Albert did not understand at all how it happened. Himura managed to straighten his fist and hit Albert in his back. The guy rejoiced and announced that the victory was on his side. Kimuro looked at his opponent and thought that this match with Albert, to be honest, would not like anything. If he wins, he can be perceived as a threat. So the guy decided that it is better to lose and not use his abilities. However, Merrill remembered how he was the first in his favorite game. It added the boy to the boy, and he decided that he should win at any cost. He could not afford to lose. Albert turned to Kimero and asked him to move, because he was preparing for too long. Kimero apologized to the opponent, explaining that he had laced. Albert called him untidy. At that moment, Himuro decided to take advantage of a convenient moment and call his cards. There were many cards around him that he could use. At the time of the battle, Kimimiro hid his card to use it at the best. The guy decided that he should win the battle without showing his real strength. To do this, you need to create a dead zone and then quickly activate the map there. The next morning, he decided to choose a subject map, a mechanical blade. This blade gives the owner speed and adds protection. Hamuro thought that the possibilities of this mechanical blade were quite simple. He could give the owner acceleration for a while. Thanks to this ability, Hemorrhoids quickly found himself behind Albert's back, and the first struck him. All around were shocked by the news that Albert lost this battle. Albert could not understand what had just happened. Rook told the boys that everything was honest with Hemero. No one swayed. Albert did not want to put up with such a development, so he asked Raya to wait a little and not rush to the conclusions. They say, "This is not the end." But Ryu replied that he was already over. He had lost. Ryuk recalled that even before the battle, he warned, "The one who would strike the first blow will win." In addition, he did not say that this blow should be a sword. The guy told Albert that the one who was born in the noble house of the lifting did not keep his word. Hearing this, Albert was angry. The guy pointed to Miro with his finger and ordered him to remember it so that he would not even think he had won. Albert will never be able to recognize his strength. He thought near the mirror, which took too much attention. Teen ran to Chemical and told the boy that she knew he would win in this battle. The girl was convinced that her brother learned an important lesson. At this point, Ryuk watched the boys, and one of them thought he did not feel any magic. Ryuk noticed that something happened before Hemururo attacked Albert from behind. When the sword fell out of his hands, Hemuro seemed to be intentionally changing his rack. The guy did not have time to check whether he had a magical object. However, he was convinced that something was hidden under the cloak. What exactly, he did not know. The river turned to Himuro and said that he fought well. At this point, one of the knights ran up in the arena and called the commander, Ryuk, loudly. The knight reported that there was a report from reconnaissance from Galea Forest. It states that the death of the moment is confirmed. After this news, the knights began to discuss the death of the Zidus in the capital. No one could believe what it was possible. People asked each other to remain silent but still dissolved rumors. The headquarters decided to gather people to discuss the main news. One of the men wondered if the other countries learned about the death of the zone. The non-Apad pact with neighboring states is kept only by its terrifying power. They cannot allow this agreement to be torn. The news of death is not yet disclosed. This may cause unnecessary excitement, although people still did not know if they would know about it later. No one could believe that a man was ranking in early. People believed it was true. Soon, everyone learned that this man is called the Himuro King. Ryu approached him and said that the guy was waiting, but now they could go. Ryu apologized that he had to bring him to the palace. Their king wanted to talk to this guy personally. Himuro asked if Ryuk knew how to treat the king. Ryuk replied that you can just repeat after him, and then everything would be fine. In addition, since Himuro is a stranger, the king will forgive him any miss. Himuro was very worried about it, and the guy thought everything would be fine. When Ryukun Himuro approached the throne hall, he turned to His Majesty and reported that he brought here to another world of Himuro Tugat. The king called them to the throne hall. The king asked this guy if he was really Jamuro Canada. The rail commander has already been told about him. The king said he heard the deer itself won the emergency, but he did not understand how it became possible. How did he manage to overcome this monster? Shimura replied that he did it with a spell, but maybe his magic is different from the one used in this world. The king asked the guy if he could show his strength right now. Unfortunately, Himur replied that Himur was impossible to do so. He cannot use this ability constantly. The king appealed to the minister of Gilma and asked his opinion about Herd. The minister replied that this man was clearly lying. His eye allows you to see magic in others, but this guy does not have it at all. The king again asked the minister what he had just said. Does he really have magic? Gilmore replied that the point was not that he was now without her. He never had magical abilities at all. The minister confidently said that the guy without magic would not be able to defeat the Becomes. Rook stopped the conversation between the minister and the king. Everyone immediately turned his views on Ryuk, but Gilmaro asked Commander Ryuk not to speak because he was forbidden. But the king stopped the minister and allowed Ryuk to speak. Ryuk stood on one knee and reported that Hamuro learned of death earlier than their intelligence. They have testimonies of subordinates who won the emergency. He believes that these guys do not lie. The Gilmore addressed the commander Ryuk, noting that he seems to understand the foreigners better than the internal affairs of this country. The minister stated that Himor accidentally learned of death. As proof, he suggested just to look at his stripe. The man reminded that this guy was registered as a traveler of rank F. To say that someone was able to win the extra, it sounds incredible. Gilmar added that there were incredibly strong guards, known as Four Gods. Probably they just rebelled against its oppression and helped these children rise. The king agreed that it sounds most plausible. Gilmar apologized. If it were not for the minister, Himura would have been awarded for a long time. Gilmaro addressed the king and said that this fraudster had to be punished. When Himura heard these words, he was surprisingly tensed. Hilmar further convinced the king that he did not just invent. In some situations, it can harm or even harm the whole country. Therefore, they cannot agree with it. The king replied that he agreed with the minister. He ordered the guards to put this man in prison. It should be removed immediately. Hamuro could not understand how it happened. The man was immediately taken and locked in the cage. Jamuro admitted that he could not imagine that he would have to be behind bars for the second time. The young man noticed that something was carved on the lattice. He suggested that it was probably an antidote from spell. He was increasingly aware that with his help, he would probably be able to escape from there, but then became a fugitive. The guy lay on the cold floor of the camera and wondered how unfairly People were in prison until the monsters wander the world freely. He decided to just wait and watch what would happen next. A little more time has passed until Hemero remained in prison at all. Suddenly the guy heard someone going straight to him. Himero noticed that it was TNR. The girl apologized to the boy for everything that happened. Now, she decided to help him get out of there. She opened a cage and the guy heard someone turning to TNR, saying that he was Mr. Himuro Kosat. The girl said she was very glad to meet him. She introduced herself as Lizella. It turned out to be the princess of the kingdom of M. The guy was genuinely surprised when the princess personally came to him. He only briefly replied that I was glad to get acquainted with her. Tina said that it was the princess who organized everything so that he could get out. Maroff thanked the girl for his help. But Lee Seller replied that she should not thank her, but Tina because he asked her very much to help. Lee Seller became discouraged and laughed uncertainly, but the boys could not understand what the girl meant. TNR asked the princess that happened. The girl only replied that it doesn't matter. Himero asked Lee Chelif she had to be fine. But will the Gilman be angry with her? Lysella said that it still remains a princess. It still has a certain power. In addition, she has already talked to the Minister of Justice. In her opinion, Gilman Hemur is completely indifferent. The girl was sure that he just wanted to show herself in front of his father. The girl said she also had to hear about the becomes. Lysella asked the boy to accept thanks from her father. The girl asked him the question that he did not believe his ears. They have been friends with TNR since childhood, and if someone does not lie, then it is for sure. Lysella asked the boy if he liked TNR. She said that recently TNR was very excited and began to shout at the girl so that she stopped talking so much. TNR said Hemuro that he had something to convey to him. The girl stretched the boy with a bag and said it was for him. There were gold coins inside. Then she thanked him for saving her. Hemuro asked the girl why so many coins were here. TNR explained that she thanks the boy so that he saved her life. The girl said Hemero that if something happens to him, he can always rely on her. She will gladly help him. The guy shook his hand, and the girl said that the seas were her dear friend. They said goodbye to each other. Himuro visited the tavern of Zvona and showed the boys a bag with coins. The boys were very surprised and said it was really cool. He listed the coins and said that there were 30. With such coins, you can play and have fun for a long time. Misha was against this idea and persuaded him not to spend money in vain. Even if she had doubts, the guy had no vigilance. He had to work even more persistently. Gimero replied that he agreed with the girl. Repeaton asked the guy what he would do with gold coins. She believes that taking them with you on a trip is not the best idea. Gumuro thought and replied that these things were heavy, and they could not just be put into the bag. Misha turned to the boy and asked what he was thinking about a magic bag. Gumuro looked at the girl and wondered what she was in mind. Misha said that the charming bag looks almost the same as usual, but contains much more. It is, however, it is expensive, but with such a find, the guy will be much more convenient. Kemero thought about buying. He believes that buying it for the future is a good idea. The next morning, he addressed Mr. Poatan and asked if there was a shop near where you could buy magic bags. The poet replied that there was such a store, but noted that there is one important feature. Himeril asked Potaton if something happened to her. The taverna hostess replied that no, with quality, everything is good. Just the owner of this store is a little weird man. Himero was a little confused because of it, but still went there. The guy quickly noticed the store and immediately went inside. In the store, he was met by a man who was genuinely happy seeing him. He asked if there was something he would like to know or what he could help. The guy asked if he had magic bags. The man got up from his chair and replied that of course they were. The seller showed bags and said that in the first one could fit a large axe, a full set of armor, and 6 small tables. The second will easily fit with a dozen swords, cheerers, and table lamps. In the cheapest of these series, you can accommodate about 10 saliva. Himeral thought that he needed another bag. He addressed the seller and asked how much each of these bags cost. The man replied that the first purse costs 14 gold coins, the second is 9 coins, and the third is 3 gold coins. Chemical was upset because it seemed to her that these things were too expensive. The young man decided that it was worth saving as much as possible. So Morrow asked the seller whether it was possible to get a discount if you take 2 average bags. The seller turned to the guy and asked if he also wanted to buy the item. He then offered to take it for 17 gold coins and 5 silver. Himero wondered if it was possible to buy it for 16 gold. The seller thought of the guy's offer. The man suggested Timura. Maybe we will play some game. Chimoro immediately remembered the story of the poet. He told me that the owner of this store is very fond of gambling. From time to time, he invites his customers to compete with him. Potenex Halid added that he has not yet managed to meet him. Mero asked what kind of game it was. Potan replied that he did not know all the details, but if you win, you will be able to buy goods at a significant discount. If you lose, you will have to pay the full price with an additional fine for defeat. The man confessed to the guy who loves gambling very much. He offered him such an agreement. If he borrows money and allow him to play at a discount, then in the case of his victory, the price will remain the same, 18 gold coins, but if the borrower wins, he will only sell him for 15 coins. The man said, gambling has their own particular charm. He can never predict whether a person wins and rises to heaven, whether he loses and find himself on the very bottom. Even if a traveler of the highest S-class is built against a person, it will not give him any advantage. The man asked the guy what choice he would make. Does she want to give herself Dallas, the goddess of gambling? Humero asked the man about his rules. The merchant pulled a cubes out of the box and wondered what he was thinking about this game. Himura realized that these were gambling bones. The man thought and said, he seems to have seen these things somewhere before. The seller asked the boy to throw bones at the same time and see what numbers would fall on them. Then he needs to fold all these numbers to get one common. The more it turns out, the better. The man asked the boy if he liked this game. The seller decided to show an example. Let's say he fell numbers 5 and 2. Together, it will be 7. If the German Urus falls 8 or more, the victory will be behind him. These were the rules of this game. Humura replied that these rules are very simple. The man in response noted that the simpler the rules, the better. Then the merchant asked if he wanted to check the cubes before throwing them. The guy lifted the bones and threw them on the table. Himamiro noticed that these bones are in fact no different from the usual. The seller replied that there was no deception here. If he does not follow the rules, then Himara will definitely win. He asked who would play first. In fact, the order here is not so important. However, he likes to throw the cubes with a friend to see first the Himuro. The guy took the bone in his hands and said he understood everything. He then asked the seller if he could throw the bones on the table. The man replied that he could do as he sees fit. Himuro replied that he understood everything, and now he wanted to get a discount on magic bags. The man said he could already throw bone. Suddenly, Hamuro took a box in which these bones first lay. The man stopped the boy and asked what he was doing here. In response, Camero said he could choose any place on the counter. The guy feels that he will be lucky to throw cubes here. The guy threw the bones and fell a double 6. The guy returned to the basement and stated that now his turn was going. The guy noted that he had the same lands. Because of this, The seller was very angry because the guy exposed his deception. The man thought for a moment about his situation, and then he exhaled. The seller said that Hamro beat him, so he decided to make him a discount. Muro asked the seller if he cheated on him. The man honestly replied that yes, this is true. He said that there are powerful magnets in the wooden box. He placed pieces of steel, which is well magnetized inside the cubes. Someone answered him that he already knew about these magnets. The man confessed that he was first caught on deception. He asked the guy how it was possible to expose it. Muro replied that the first thing he was paying attention to was the movements of this man's hands. The seller asked what was being talked about. He remembered how during a cube demonstration, he quietly pushed the drawer. It is this slight action that immediately attracted his attention. In addition, Hemorrhoid said that it is not necessary to speak of his victory if he himself resorts to deception. If visitors reveal the tricks, the man only surprises and offers a discount to the guests. Obviously, it will be reinsured if it is caught on fraud. The man replied that he had misunderstood everything. The seller asked the guy, "What would you do if there was no evidence and no magnets left?" The guy replied that he was able to throw bone so as to knock out the number you want. Therefore, if there is nothing, he will just throw bones as usual. The man was very surprised and asked how possible. He told him not to speak nonsense because it was impossible. Then the guy asked if it was possible to throw bones somewhere else. The seller allowed him to throw, and there were 2 6s in the cubes. He, in fact, said he was doing well. After a while, Hamoro, along with Misha, came to the Adventurers Guild. Misha approached Milka and asked her to show her a sweet magic bag. Milko was very surprised and asked Misha how she managed to buy such an expensive thing. Misha replied that Jamuro had bought 2 at once, and one of them gave her. The girl was very surprised and asked why her chief bought not 1 but 2 bags. Milka asked the guy where he had so much money. She suspected that they had stolen Earl. The guy replied that he made all this money honestly, so there is nothing to worry about. The boys asked the registrar whether there were any tasks for F rank today for the rank of F. The girl apologized to them and said that today there was no task for this rank. Muro asked Misha what they would do by the end of the day. The girl asked a little time to think. Suddenly, someone called a shallow and wondered if they were indeed the adventures of rank F. The girl asked Jenny what happened. Jenny turned to the boys and wondered if they were looking for new tasks and whether they were ready to take up one. The boys agreed and followed Ginny. The girl apologized that she had been distracted and then said Himuro that some man wanted to meet him. Himuro asked Gina what her assignment. The girl replied that now he would understand everything. The boys went to a small room, inside which stood. Ginny asked the boys to meet her. It surprised Himuro a little. Jianin told me that Mr. Rudo was a ghoul who has his own consciousness. After that, she turned to Ore and said they were the adventures of rank F. Golemas are magical creatures made from earth or clay. But the guy was not sure whether there were golets that had his own consciousness. He greeted the boys with the goal and said he was glad to get acquainted. He told that he was an elder of the village in Galia and came here to ask them for help. Ruto said that monsters are increasingly attacking their village lately. They cannot find peace at all. Several hundred of their Golem friends have already died of these attacks. Shimoro thought that there were too many dead around. The guy asked Ruto why the monster attacked them. He put his hand on his chest and said that they had been attacked because of it. Ruto said that the golets inside have a nucleus called the crystal heart. If the ghoul has its own consciousness, this heart becomes unique. It is said to be used as an ingredient in a secret potion, which makes the monsters stronger. Meru wondered how many monsters. Golem replied that they were about 10, but they were so strong that they had to hide in the forest. He took his bag and poured all the coins on the table. Ruto said that the Golets had collected 3 silver, 42 copper, and 87 small coins throughout the village. He actually asked the boys to help deal with this problem. Ruto asked them to drive these monsters from their lands. Muro thought was offering about 8,000 Japanese yen, but the guy said it was too much for such a simple order. Suddenly, Misha said they could only offer so much. She believes that even if they destroy monsters, such a board is too low for their work. Ginny supported Misha and noted that the remuneration should be greater for such a request. The girl said it was not enough money. Guild takes 10% of the commission for tasks, so adventure seekers receive less than they would. Ruto was very upset and said he understood everything. He apologized to the boys for taking care of them. Himuro looked at Golem and thought that 10 monsters lived on these lands. The young man suggested that these monsters are definitely weaker than the early. The guy returned to Misha and suggested that she take this task. Misha and Ginny were very surprised when they heard the proposal. Misha asked the guy what he was carrying. At least he understands how dangerous it can be. Himuro tried to reassure the girl, convincing her that everything would end well and they would cope with this task. In addition, they need to help Mr. Rudo. Ginny jumped sharply from her place and seemed to stop tomorrow. The boys went out into the corridor, and the girl asked if he really wanted to take this task. Himuro replied that he was seeking it. Then the guy turned to Jenny. Did she not want that? The girl replied that she hoped the boys would eventually leave the case. She thought that even if an adventure faster fee would refuse him, he would at least calm down a little. Ginny said that the work of the administrator to give advice to adventure seekers. She makes sure that the tasks meet their capabilities. If you allow someone to take 2 dangerous assignments, and because of this they will die, it will greatly damage its reputation. This task is suitable for at least travelers with rank C. It is very difficult and dangerous. The boys with rank F just won't be able to handle it. Ginny does not want to condemn him, so he asks the boy to stop. Himuro replied that everything would be fine with them. The guy promised if they feel the danger, they will return immediately and will not risk. Ginny was very upset because she failed to convince the boy. The girl sighed heavily and reminded them that they would not pay for them. If one of them is injured, there will also be no compensation. The Kemerol only nodded and said they understand it. Himuro approached Mr. Rudo and reported that they agreed to accomplish this task. The boys went to the task. Milka approached Ginny and asked them to allow them to accomplish this task. The girl replied that she really had no choice. They assured that they would do everything. Ginny said that sometimes real brave men. The girl sincerely hoped that everyone would remain alive during this mission. The boys went to the forest and moved the trail towards the lands of Ruto. Golem informed Himuro and Misha that they had almost got the right place. Ruto spent the boys with the village of Gongam and showed them everything. Hamer looked around and saw that all the houses in the village were destroyed. He decided that it was probably a matter of the hands of some monster. One of the ghouls went to the boys and greeted the mayor of Ruto. Ruto said that these travelers are called Himuro and Misha. They came to help the village get rid of the monster. The Golemas were genuinely happy when they saw that the adventure seekers finally arrived. The commander of the house greeted the boys in their village. He also introduced other heads named 40 and 67th. Himuro asked in the house why these golets were called. The house explained that the golets who do not have a name only receive numbers. A few more golets came to the hemorrhoids and looked at the guy carefully. They invited him to play with them. Ruto said the guy, it was 87 and 502. Then he turned to the ghouls and asked them to turn and go back. Misha turned to Ruto and apologized for her trouble. The girl explained that these golems were still small. She wondered if children had children. Ruto explained that their bodies respond to their own consciousness for several years. When the mind and thinking grows up, the body also grows with it. Ruto turned to the little golems and explained that now Himuro and Misha were very busy, so they cannot play with them. Hearing this, the heads were upset and asked why it happened. Little golems upset the guys, and Himuro noticed it. Himuro turned to Misha and suggested that she go to play with other guys. The girl agreed. Himuro asked her not to close her eyes when they play together. Only to her could he ask such a request. Misha replied that she seems to have no choice. Misha turned to the little golems and called them behind. She promised to show them how to play. Meanwhile, the monsters began to communicate with each other. One of them asked the other whether the golems returned to the village. He replied that yes, they had just arrived. The monster promised that the next time they would certainly destroy them. The monster stated that they would take away all the crystalline hearts. He was not going to leave a single golem without attention. Misha had fun, trying to catch up with his friends in the game. At that time, Himuro talked with Ruto. He asked if they knew when the monsters could attack. Golem replied that they did not know this, but if the monster found out that everyone returned to the village, then the attack would happen immediately. Amaro asked if it was possible to hide somewhere except the village. Ruto replied that it was impossible. There is a place where clay and other materials from which their bodies are made are extracted. They can't just take and leave here. Himuro thought over it and looked out the window. Meanwhile, the man wondered how many golems are now in the village. Ruto replied that at first there were 57 goals. After the attack of the monsters, they became much smaller. Now only about a sixth of the initial amount is left. Ruto confessed that she no longer wanted to lose her comrades. When dinner came, Misha approached Himuro and said that they had already played enough today. Kemuro praised her for a well-done work. Misha agreed that these children were truly talented. In the future, they can become her rivals. Meru called one of the golems and said that they had already prepared a bed for him. Golu apologized for doing such a thing. He then asked the guy if he would be comfortable to sleep on that. Himura assured that he was all right with him and thanked the golem for his care. Hamero suddenly noticed that Misha was already sleeping on his bed. The guy was surprised how quickly the girl ahead of him. Misha has repeatedly dreamed of many stakes. Miro exhaled and decided that he would not bother the girl. After a while, Himaro approached Ruto and asked how they were moving with the strengthening of the village's defense. Ruto said that there are observant towers around the perimeter and in the center where the guards are on duty. As soon as they notice the monster, they will immediately inform all the inhabitants. Other golems rest at night. Meros believed that it was the best strategy at this point. If the enemy is ambushed, he will use a map that has already been prepared in advance. We were told to him as a sign of respect and thanked him for taking this task. The man in response said that he was too early because they have not won anyone yet. Ruto said that there are many people who treat the golems. He also acknowledged that this person is really good. He said that the golem was created by people with monsters. Sometimes among them are those who have their own consciousness. However, others consider it a manifestation of darkness and weakness, so they simply reject such golems. Ruto said that the rebellious golems had undergone all kinds of oppression. Then Princess Lysel issued a decree forbidding them to persecute and guaranteed them inviolability. As soon as the Himuro learned of Princess Lysela, he was immediately surprised. Ruto said that since then, non-monsters have become much less frequent. In addition, the princess allowed them to gather together and create their own village. Ruto turned to the village and said they could stay here. It is in this place, and nowhere else, Everyone who lives here supports each other so firmly like a mountain. That is why Ruta confessed that he no longer wanted to lose his own. The next morning, the boys went outside. Himuro noticed two gullets that carried the stones. Miro asked the gullets what they were doing. Those in response said they would repair their favorite home. Goal said that as soon as the monster would disappear, people will be able to live again, as before. Himura watched the coordinated work of the Golem and decided to help. He took the stone from one of them. Camaro promised to help them repair homes. The boys started acting together, harmoniously supporting each other. They quickly coped with work, and everyone really liked it. Meanwhile, one of the ghouls noticed something at the observation deck. He saw a monster and told everyone in the village loudly. The heads immediately grabbed weapons, trying to protect themselves from uninvited guests. One of the monsters asked them if they really wanted problems again. The monster asked them to remain silent, because they themselves realized that nothing would work. He then ordered the Golemam to give his cause as soon as possible. He clenched his weapon more with the goal and said he would never give something like monsters because it is not them. Ruto drove enemies away. The monster mocked him, calling the baby and stating that he was only taking time. She explained that they were attacking the gullets, but the main task is not to damage the nucleus. Gold tried to attack the monster, but he grabbed him and lifted him up. The monster looked at Ruto and asked if he really thought he could just escape from him. The monster struck the golem and ordered him to give his core. At that moment, Goraz decided to release the cards because he wanted to save the gullets from the monsters. The guy chose the map of the descendant of the sword of Musashi Yori. The girl immediately took up the weapon and announced that she was accepting the call. She also asked Himuro to hand her to her. Ayori confidently approached one of the monsters. The girl struck so much that she was able to cut the monster's hand. Iori struck a few more strokes, every time in different parts of his body. He came closer to Print and asked if everything was fine with him, but Golem only groaned with pain. One of the monsters looked back to the guy and in surprise asked what kind of man was doing in the village of Golem. Why does he help them? The monster asked the guys who they were. Himura replied that they came to destroy it. They are adventurers. I continue to destroy monsters one by one. The called creature was surprisingly strong. The girl could deal with several monsters with one blow. Auri was so inspired that she wanted to destroy them all. One of the monsters tried to attack the Ior, but nothing happened. The monster was surprised and asked the girl how she managed to repel his blows. Iori replied that she considers him the strongest among all. Iori rejected the monster's sword back. He asked the girl if she had time to monitor his movements. The monster immediately attacked the girl, but she managed to repel all his blows. The guy fought to the last, and no one wanted to concede. The monster said Iori that she was really strong. If this girl were a monster, she would certainly invite her to Mr. Gillis. It was very surprised by her, and the guy turned to the monster, asking if he was not the most important among all the monsters. He replied that Muro was wrong. In fact, he is the commander of the Legion of the First Ahalan and the right hand of Mr. Gillis. Hamuro said he was a double. Moro asked the monster if she knew that he was a military man and whether he heard of mysterious death. The monster asked the guy if he also knew it. He confirmed that it was true. Mr. Insdu died from someone's hand, and many legionnaires had fallen with him. The monster noted that despite all the events, Mr. Gillis remained alive, and now he is trying to gather a new army. The monster explained that if the leader becomes even stronger, then the monster will start gathering around him. Then he will become their new ruler. The monster told something, but there is nothing wrong with that. He promised that these guys would die right here. He created a fiery ball and threw it directly into them. The monster ordered them to disappear. Ruto was very frightened, shouted and ran away, and Himarov asked everyone to stand behind him so that no one would suffer. The guy pulled out the map and called the charming card Aurora Wall. The fiery ball crashed directly into the wall, and it gave the boys a chance to escape. The monster was very surprised to happen. After that, Gamuro used a map with a spell of a fireball and immediately aimed at the monster. Some monsters attacking them burned alive. Legion Commander thought that a magician, which could not only protect and attack spells, but also skillfully possesses a sword. For him, this became a real problem. Muruk addressed Ayor and asked her to finish this monster. The girl gladly agreed and assured that she would do everything. Suddenly, the monster raised her hands up and stated that it seems it recognized its defeat in this battle. This step surprised him very much. The monster told the boys that he could not defeat them. He promised that he would no longer touch the Golets. Kimuro asked the monster whether his boss has resolved such cases. The monster replied that he was he, and therefore would ask him. Himuro looked at Ruto. It was important for him to know what he was thinking. Ruto turned to the monster and asked if it was true. They would no longer touch them. Himuro turned to Ruto to show the golem. The words of the monster should not be blindly trust. It can be a lie. The monster replied that yes, they would never return there again. The girl thought for a moment, and hemorrhoids watched with interest what Ruto would answer. Girl, said the monster, that if that's the case, then everything was well, and they believed him. The monster's legion commander turned to his comrades and said it was time to leave this place. Himuro turned to the butter and reported that he was returning to the capital tonight. The guy promised to inform them of the choice of monster, so the royal army will be sent here. The monster was angry and asked why they sent an army here. Himura replied that from now on, the army would defend this village. He appealed to the monster to leave him in this form. The monster said that this is not a problem and it would tell them everything they need. When the boys returned to the village of Golem, Ruto returned to the hero and thanked him for saving their village. Hemero replied that this was not the end. He feels that their village will be attacked again. Muro reported Ruto that there would be a little more in their village. Then Ruto asked him if he was going to return to the capital. He briefly replied that it was not true. He lied to the monsters. I just wanted to reduce the likelihood that they would attack them again. The guy understood. Even if he managed to defeat Devroja, while there is a Helus, the attacks on this village would not stop for a moment. In addition, he was sure next time the enemy would return with a greater army. When Devu returned to Jealous, he told him everything that had happened. He instructed me to tell you about those adventurers who are now in the village. The monster said that in his opinion, these adventurers protect the Goleds. Devord said that they have a skilled sword and a sorcerer who has many tricks, so they have no chance. In addition, it is likely that the royal army of the country has already arrived in the village. The monster asked Mr. Killis to ask them how to act in such a situation. He replied that he was very interesting. The monster said he had already decided everything. He will go with them forward. He confidently said that their battle with the army would become legendary. The enemy promises to destroy this village with all its power. Meanwhile, Himuro remained in the village to keep track of the safety of the golem. Ruto returned to the house and reported that he was going to the cave near the waterfall. He asked Home to stay in the village and oversee everything. The house asked Ruto why he went to the cave near the waterfall. Ruto asked at Home whether he remembered how the children once found a chest here. The house replied that he remembered it. Ruto said that there were valuable things left inside. Ruto wants to give it to Mr. Himuro as a sign of apology. Last time, they raised little money for order. The house agreed with him and promised that he would take care of the village. The Ghoul went to Rudo and said he would go with him because he would not be able to carry himself if he turned out to be too heavy. Ruto turned to the 87th and 150th and said that now they were heading to the cave near the waterfall. Ruto asked if they could tell the exact place where they found that treasure. 152 said Ruda, who would go with him. 87 also supported Golem. Ruto explained to them that they could not go together because the monster was still roaming around. The guy assured that everything would be fine. They would quickly escape from the monsters and hide. Ruto replied that it was normal, but asked not to move away from him. Altogether, the boys went to the cave near the waterfall. There, the children showed a route where they found the treasure. Ruto looked at the wall and noticed a chest with a treasure that belonged to the civilization of Nida. The golems immediately began to climb up to get the chest. As soon as they rose, they immediately opened it. Ruto assured that everything is fine. It seemed to him that these were magic things. They can now give them Mr. Himuro and go home. When Golem and his comrades went through the forest, Ruto thought that if they sell these things, they would be able to raise a lot of money. Holulum believed that Himura would be happy. Suddenly, the industries appeared by a monster and called them. The Golemoms turned and stated that he was one of two, a real monster. The monster asked the Goals not to be frightened because he wanted to give them something. Ruto turned to the monster and asked what he was in mind. The monster said that Mr. Gillis had already informed about what happened in the afternoon. It decided not to attack either the village or the industries. He was glad and joyfully ran to the monster, announcing that they were now friends. The monster replied that it was, but then suddenly hit the Galia and divided it in half. The monster laughed and stated that they managed to deceive everyone. It called all the heads of fools. Ruto did not understand why the monsters did so. Devatut replied that everything happened because of Mr. Glass's decision to fight with the kingdom of M. More than 200 monsters gathered to worship Mr. Gillis. Even if the army is already heading to destroy them, they are not afraid at all. By this point, the monsters only said they wanted to have fun with the Golem. They promised to completely destroy their village. Ruto instantly turned to two gullets and ordered them to flee as soon as possible. The heads ran forward, and two friends shouted the monster so that it would not keep up and catch up with them. Gol was racing in the way, realizing that he should warn that person as soon as possible. Suddenly, the butterfly caught up with him and cut off his hand. The monster turned to the golems and asked where they were going to flee. Do they really believe that they can escape from him? Suddenly, the Gol ran to the abyss and could not stop in time. He lost balance and broke down. The monster approached the abyss, looked around, and asked where he went Gol. At this point, Ruto lay below. He was severely injured. Ruto examined his body and noticed that his nucleus was damaged. He stood up and said he had more information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the hemorrhoids tried to jam to Mr. Ruto because suddenly he lost him from sight. Golem ran to the boy and told Miro that there was a trouble. The monsters attacked them again. Ruto walked down the forest path when he suddenly noticed one of the goals caught. It was a 150-second ball, which hung in the monster's hand above the ground. She told Uncle Uda, who was trapped. She apologized to him from all her heart. Ruto was very upset because everything happened. The monster said, Ruto, that at first it would escape from it the nucleus, and then it would take it for Ruto. She asked him to wait a little. Ruto could not stand to look at it, and gathering the last forces, pleaded with him to stop mocking them. Suddenly, a map of spells appeared, a dark projectile that was targeted at the monster. She flew directly into the face of the monster, but did not get on the mark of 150 seconds. The monster was fiercely angry, and together with Ruto, they both shifted his eyes to the guy. Wemerov had already posted his cards on the table and was completely ready for battle. The monster asked if Himuro was a hired sorcerer. Then he began to offend the boy and rushed at him. Himuro turned to Yori and ordered her to destroy this monster. The girl struck him several times at once. When the monster was defeated, Himuro appealed to Ayor to return to him for 150 seconds. Himuro turned to the oar and asked if he was all right. The ghoul replied that he was good, that he managed to see him again before the end. Maro was angry and asked the golem why he was saying so. After all, he is just about to cure it now. Himuro chose a healing map. The guy applied it to Golem, but suddenly his eyes were wide open. The guy realized that the core of Golem could not be restored by any means. The guy was confused because he did not expect the recovery spell to actually did not happen to Holium. Kemuro tried again to put the core of the Golem, but he did not work. The guy thought that he may not work out, because this body was made of earth, not from the flesh. He said they had bad things. At that moment, Misha ran to them and told the boy that monsters were attacked. Moreau asked the girl how many monsters attacked. Misha replied that she did not know the exact number, but there were many. Ruto turned to Himuro and said there was no point in saving him. He said that the 150th unit simply has no limbs, but they can be attached and then everything will be fine. Ruto asked. He asked to return the village to other Golem. Himuro was very upset because everything happened. The man turned to Ayor and ordered her to pick up Misha and 150 seconds to deliver them to a safe place. And after that, if he can, stop the attack of monsters on the village. The guy promised that he would join them soon. Yori firmly jumped and stated that she would do everything herself. Ruto asked Himuro to look into the bag. Inside lay the magic things left by the civilization of NYD. The girl assured that they would definitely give a lot of money for them so he can take them with him. She will come to Ruto, greets and thank him sincerely. Ruto reached out to him with a trembling hand and tried to say something. The ghoul, stuttering a little, said that he trusts his village and all the inhabitants only through him. The golem's eyes suddenly darkened, and Ruto died. Himuro was a little still sitting next to the body of Golem. At this time, fierce battles with monsters were going on in the village of Golemum. The monsters came to the house and asked if a new training target appeared. They asked them to allow them to have a little fun near the house. The house turned to the 36th group, asking them to escape to the forest as soon as possible and take their children with them. He heard the order and immediately rushed to execute it. The monsters asked the golem why they sought to escape from them. The dwelling replied that he was the chief here, and all the inhabitants rely on him. He will not allow the monsters to catch up with the golem. The monster shouted, demanding that the house died right in this place. At that moment, Jory appeared. He managed to save the houses. The girl apologized to the monsters and said that they would not be lucky today. The monster loudly stated that he was a sword. Then he returned to the army and said they were retreating. The monster rushed to flee, and Ayuri began to destroy them one by one. She hit the sword by one of the monsters and said that the sword was too light. The girl was able to cut this monster in half. When the monsters were heading to the forest, Ayori appeared near them. They immediately paid attention to the girl and frightened her. Aure was able to destroy 3 monsters at one time. The girl turned to other monsters and wondered if there were still those who wanted to say goodbye to their lives. Meanwhile, the Golets were looking for a safe place in the forest so that the monsters did not notice them. They stopped in the lowlands, deciding that the monster would not be able to get to them in this place. The purpose was to find out if everything was fine with the children. The children replied that everything was well with them and that they managed to escape from the monster. Suddenly, the monster approached them and asked where they were heading. The monster said he understands. He should follow them. They seemed to be intentionally sought to get lost in the forest. The monster was very frightened by the goal. It was at this moment that the butter came to them and asked how they had things. The guy noticed that a friend approached them. The monster told him that they had surrounded the village and were besieged. The attack will begin soon. The monster answered that everything was clear. Then he returned to the gullets and asked who they were. The monster said that these were the gollies who fled from the village. He ordered him to deal with them as soon as possible, and then returned to the village. The monster rushed to the heads and shouted that everything was over. They threw weapons instantly in the monster, and she passed through his body. The Dvorad, along with the Golem, searched everything around and were very surprised. It was Himuro who descended into the valley and struck the monster. Seeing Chimoro, he was incredibly happy. When the hemorrhoids sat next to the wounded Ruto, the guy promised to fulfill the last desire of Holem. Hemoro said he had enough for this award for the task, but he still wanted to do the right one. The guy put on a bracelet and stated that he would not sell it. He promised to protect his most expensive treasure. When Himuro was wearing a bracelet, he immediately felt an incredible magical power. After that, Himuro immediately rushed to the help of the Golem. After the guy won one of the monsters, he twisted the bracelet on his hand. Devaruda looked at the boy and said he knew Mero has not returned to the capital yet. The monster is quickly clear that the royal army is just pretending to be strong. It was an empty deception, as it seems to people with narrow views. Himuro asked the monster if it had already become 153, whom he had overcome. When asked about Devarat Timuro, the guy replied that he was Golem, whom he had recently killed in the forest. The monster smiled and said that it was about that. Himuro and Gol were stunned when they saw its nucleus. Devord explained that although this Gol and small, he spent a lot of time on him. He asked the boys not to worry and assured that even if there was a core of some Sibailovna inside, it would not disappear. The monster turned to the Golets and said that they would at least thank him, because it was because of such fools as they were happy to benefit. He was convinced that even this slut would be able to benefit. After these words, Chimoral hit the monster with a fist. The ball jumped off the wall for the second time, and the Gol was very surprised by the power of this guy. It was very angry with the monster, and he began to call that guy. Himuro said that he had sent Yuri to the village so that the Golem could hide there until there was an opportunity. The man stated that Degovad was his rival. Therefore, he will deal with him right here and now. People immediately moved the columns towards the village. Himuro grabbed the tree and hit the monster hard. Devaruda moaned with pain, but Muro did not stop. The guy did not stop beating the monster. The Dirud flew back when he was pushed with his foot. In response, the monster formed a fiery ball to rush it into a guy. He released several fiery balls, but he cleverly evaded and did not get any scratches. The guy was convinced that the bracelet greatly enhanced his physical capacity, so he believed that he could fight this monster on his own. Himurot realized that it was the strength of the bracelet that Mr. Ruto left. Himura raced past a dead monster, grabbed the weapon directly from her body, and struck a lot of a demon. The monster remained alive, and Himuru decided that he had not hit hard enough. The guy shouted loudly that his end had come. The deer became so angry that he created a huge ball of fire directly above his head. The monster brought his fiery ball directly to the guy, screaming loudly to die. The flame ball was huge. At that moment, Himaro quietly released the cards and decided which one to choose. The guy chose a card with the subject, the Abyss. It is a sword of the element of darkness, which enhances the force of the owner's attack and increases resistance to magical influences. Its action lasts 6 hours, and you can only reuse weapons after 12 hours. Himuro gathered all his forces and was able to repel the fireball, finally getting rid of it. Himero again got one of the magical cards. The guy created the most powerful gravity in the monster zone, so he was strongly muted to the ground. The monster lay on the ground and could not understand what was happening to him. He looked at the guy and said he seems right now. The monster has sincerely vowed that he would no longer touch the golets. He tried to sincerely apologize to him or her, as well as from all goals. The next morning he apologized to the monster, but said he was too late. Now he only has to redeem his sins in hell. Suddenly, Humarov changed his mind and stated that they would only accept forgiveness from hell, because for every crime there is necessarily a reckoning. For a while, Himuro ran to the village as quickly as he could. He believed that he had already spent some of his precious time on the road, so now he should go back as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Ayori struggled with the monsters who attacked the village. She defended the life of the heads behind her. One of the monsters stood up from the back of one of the golets and encroached on him with his weapon. But Himuro found himself at the golem and struck the monster. So the guy managed to save the golem. Seeing Himuro, Iori was glad that her master had finally come. Himuro asked the golem whether everyone is on the spot. The golem replied that no, several people were escaped to the forest. Amuro looked at the monster and thought that there were too many. He decided that it was time to use the next map and truly battle with a whole army of monsters. The guy called a magic named Rurik. She is able to impose a spell and controls all the elements. Although it looks young, it is actually a few hundred years old. Rurika is a student of Mito. Rurika map stated its attack is 100 units, physical force 1,500 units, protection reaches 900 units, and the level of magic 8,000 units. When Raknak appeared in this world, she rubbed her eyes, as if she had just woke up from sleep. He returned to the girl and asked her to defeat all the monsters in the area. The girl looked sideways and saw that several monsters were coming rapidly. She asked the guy whether he was talking about these creatures. The hander told the boy that his order was not attractive at all. Yet, the girl lifted her staff and took advantage of magic. When the girl lifted her magic, the sky became black in a moment. In the next moment, several monsters were under a strong blow to the current. Rurika was confident in her abilities, so she stated that she would quickly cope with cleaning, and she would spend the rest of the night with the owner. The girl brought the staff to one of the groups of monsters and released a magical charge that divided into several rays. The girl was able to break through several monsters at the same time and then aimed at another enemy, but the monster easily stopped the magical blow of the girl with one wave of the hand and did not suffer any harm. Rurika was a little confused and asked the girl whether there were only 3 of them here. Suddenly, there was a residential girlfriend, which called Devora and said that he even made a report. Goro looked at the monster and immediately noticed that he had something other than all other monsters. He addressed the monster and asked if he was the mysterious commander of the first detachment of the monks named Gilos. The monster replied that she was no longer an armored commander because she had already died. He said that after his death, the army broke up and all soldiers, like merchants, joined the 4 heavenly kings. Heles raised his hands and said that he was not like them. His strength is not inferior to them. The monster was convinced that now that he received a secret potion of power, his victory over the kings became inevitable. When this happens, all the monsters will bend before him. He also confessed to the monster that he destroyed all the golets for the sake of it. Jealous asked the guy that he meant. He replied that when you have a huge power, you can get everything you want. He was convinced that in this world, power means absolutely everything. He had no doubt that he would get even more power over time, and only then would he be able to become the only ruler of this world. A few more monsters gathered around Gilas, and he threatened the boys, which he would first deal with the last goals and then deal with them. Hiles ordered all his subjects to attack enemies. Moro appealed to Yuri and Rurich and ordered them to take all the gullets from the battlefield. He sincerely put high hopes on them. The girls agreed to accomplish the task, and without spending time, rushed in different directions, quickly running away from the Himuro. On the road, Jory swung on one of the goalies, but he managed to dodge. The girl immediately noticed that another monster joined the enemies. After that, both monsters rushed at the Jory, but the girl cleverly bounced back and remained intact. Meanwhile, Rukurek directed her magical power to the vein. The subjects were able to establish protection in front of the monster, so the girl did not reach him. Gilelas explained that it is a group of elite soldiers who are under the influence of a special potion, so they could not cope with such rivals. Hearing these words, Gross smiled. The hand mockingly noted that it was very cruel because they were frankly underestimated. Yori called the monster arrogant and added that Hemerum cards were clearly unable to him. Meanwhile, Himura was in the heart of the village. It was here that he was going to release another map. It was a map with the subject, an explosive ant nest. The hero creates 10,000 explosive ants that are undermined by enemies and cause great damage to the whole territory. The explosive device card indicated that its action lasts 10 hours, and it will be possible to restore use in only 15 days. As soon as the card was called, numerous ants crawled from the anthill and quickly spread to the monster. He wondered if these ants would understand what he was talking about. Then he returned to them and asked to destroy the monster and protect the golems. The ants realized what the guy wanted, and together they went to defend the village. Himero assured everyone in the house that nothing was threatened here. All you have to do is wait a little and stay in place. The lady agreed with him. He thought he had already coped with all the remaining monsters. So now you need to destroy the leader of Keyless. He wanted to blow it on priests. Murov realized that it was time to punish the monsters with the help of explosive ants. All ants immediately rushed to the monster. At first, the monsters could not understand who before them and how to deal with them. They watched closely and tried to guess what threat these creatures could be. Suddenly, all the ants ran to the monsters and exploded next to them. Their self-sacrifice destroyed enemies. Hileles watched the ants torn his monster into pieces. After the explosion of the body of monsters without extremities fell to the ground, he smiled a little and told the boys that it was not bad. They could still withstand their attack. The girls were glad that almost the whole team was already defeated, and Rurika said with a smile that they had only to reach the owner. Iori turned to the monster, asking if he wanted to give up too. He answered them that they would no longer suffer. The monster was convinced that these girls were not level, even with the strength of the elixir. Sharp claws appeared from his armor. Eliza said they could now stop in vain. He asked the girls to pray until they have time, because the monster was going to tear them with the same hands. The next moment, the monster jumped sharply from the place and moved to the girls. Hileles jumped instantly and swung his hand with them. He struck them, but the girls had time to jump back and escaped injuries. Iori closely monitored the blows of Gilles and noted that he was quite fast. The girl looked around and saw the monster preparing again to attack her with her weapons in the form of claws. The monster struck sharply on her, and although Iori was able to dodge, his claw still touched her cheek. He tried to hit the Ior, once after struck by his fists in her direction. The monster rushed to Yori, trying to hit the girl, but Yori managed to repel the attack with her weapons. Rarek came to the aid of Yuri and sent her magical power through the staff directly from the monster. Gil again barely escaped a few blows, cleverly jumping back. Yori did not stop and struck the blow, but the monster was cleverly reflected. It put forward hands, covered with strong armor, protecting the girl. Suddenly, Galses grabbed a girl's weapon with his claws, and because of this, her eyes were wide open. She did not expect such a turn at all. He struck one extremely strong blow to the girl. The blade spread her breasts and abdomen in one movement. The river saw it and was very worried about Yuri. At the last moment, Ayori gathered all her forces into his fist and squeezed his weapon. She struck the monster on the leg. It began to drain, jealous. The monster rejected the lattice sideways and called it the garbage. He sharply dropped Ayori sideways, and the girl had fallen on the ground with force. The Rashika again came to the aid of Eeyore. The girl used her magical forces to lift several large stones into the air and then sharply threw them at the monster. Galus managed to evade and bounce sideways. At that moment, Aya gathered with his forces and carefully rose to one knee, pressing her hand to her stomach. Blood flowed from her wound. Rukrera asked Yor how she feels and has the strength to continue the fight. Yori replied that everything was fine with her. She was able to avoid fatal wounds, so she could continue the offensive. Suddenly, the girl's eyes were widely revealed by fear. Ori looked at her hand and saw that she was beginning to disappear. The girl felt that her time was almost asleep, so she decided to act as little as possible. At the last moment, the river called the river before the attack, and the Gila immediately paid attention to it. The girl quickly jumped from the seat and ran around the monster. At that moment, Rurka came to the aid of Eeyore, and with her skeleton, she created many sharp spears in Yorgileus. He was not frightened at all and asked the girl calmly if she was really going to kill him. Hiles with one shirt of the sword was cut by the sharp peaks of the mountains. Due to this, the spikes exploded just before the monster, but the explosion did not touch the Gilos. He tensed and asked the girl whether it was a trap. Then he was angry and called the corner with a small mouse. Aori appeared behind the body and swung on him with a sword, but the monster had time to see it. She hit the girl sharply, cutting her in half. Gala noticed that in fact she was not the Yori, but her stone statue. Rugrika was very happy, because the monster got into their trap. At that moment, real Yori was behind the monster. As soon as the girl jumped on Gallus, the monster turned and noticed it. The boys came together in a duel. Their swords collided, and the weapons of Yori gave a crack. In a moment, the girl lost her weapon. She crumbled on many small debris. He did not rejoice in such a development and told the girl that she had lost. The monster did not delay. It immediately reached out and pushed it straight into the body of the Eeyore. The creature's hand went through. At the last moment, Yuri managed to grab the monster by his hand. Behind Yuri was Rukarek, holding a staff directed to the monster. The girls reported Jelas that he got into their trap. Rukurek gathered all her forces and directed a magical blow directly into the monster. There was a powerful explosion. Rarika tried to see the smoke that happened and where Hylas was. The monster turned out to be alive. It stood just behind the girl and already swung on her hand. He was extremely angry and continued to offend the girls. The monster asked Rurik how they dared to treat him so. Suddenly, the monster struck the girl on her back, and she screamed of pain. At that moment, Jamuro came to the aid of the girls and rescued the Rorta from his hands. At the last moment, he still managed to run up to the girl and grab her for his clothes. The guy turned to the Eeyore and the Rooks, thanking them for their brave fighting. The guy said that his turn was to act now. Chemical said Rareki that he would deal with Hess. Maro did not let go of the girl for a moment, even when he looked at them. Suddenly the girl began to pale. She apologized before the hemorrhoid and said she could no longer continue this battle. The girl disappeared in the strong arms of the boy, and in a moment turned back into the map. Hylas was very surprised. The monster thought that she had disappeared just in his eyes. Then she turned to Himuro and asked if he was a call. He almost forgot that the swordsman also disappeared. He asked the guy if he called all. It turned out that that guy was a sorcerer. Muro replied the monster that he really called them, but could not do it now. It surprised the monster again, and she asked what he was in mind. Chimero proudly stated that he was a player in the map. He asked the man who they were, because he had never heard of such before. The monster suggested that Hamuro to use more powerful spells rather than limited to the technique of conscription. However, Ellison confessed that he is very sorry for this ability. He returned to Himaru and asked if he would like to become his ward. After all, in the future, he will have to come together in the battle with 4 heavenly owners, and such a test requires brave allies. The monster was convinced that the strength of Himaru would be a great use. Himiro asked the monster what benefit he would receive from this agreement. He briefly replied that he could get money and women then. The monster promised that when it became a new king, Jamuro will have as much as it wants. But Jamuro did not even think, and immediately refused this proposal. From this answer, he became angry even more. Himuro said a monster that he did not consider this agreement beneficial. He also reminded the monster that he would never forgive what she did with the goals. He almost did not get angry, and said that if Humuro himself made this decision, then let him die right here and now. His eyes were widely discouraged, because Hilales attacked him very suddenly and unexpectedly. The monster crashed into the ground just beside him. Hamuro noticed that the monster's claws were quite next to his face. Hilales again struck a powerful blow, and from this stones flew all over. Himuro flew back and stopped on the ground. The guy said he needed to use the cards. Himarao chose a map with a spell. These are 6 arrows, each of the one of the elementary elements. The guy immediately aimed all his arrows on the monster. Hylelis noticed that he was flying arrows, so he decided to do something too. The monster painted a cross on the ground, and magical energy began to break out of it. Hyles only raised his hand as a huge stone block grew from the ground. This stone became a reliable protection against Himero arrows. After that, the Kimura himself rushed to the monster with his sword. But Hyles had managed to put forward his armed armor forward. When Chimoro noticed that he was flying a weapon, he immediately tensed. Hyles hid quite next to this guy, but Muro managed to bounce back to stay unharmed. After Halius missed again, he turned to Hamura and asked that he was wrong with him. The monster confessed that he was more interested in spending time with the girl than with him. Merid looked carefully at his sword and noticed that deep cracks appeared on the blade. He immediately realized that his sword would break. It was at that moment that he rushed to the guy again. Himero decided to use the cards. The guy chose a card with the subject. It was Seraphim's Spear. It was a spear with an element of light. It enhances the attack of the one who uses it, and also gives the healing effect. The effect of the spear lasts 5 hours, and you can only use it in 14 days. Goriro, without hesitation, threw a spear of Seraphim directly into the monster. The spear struck with Gilius, but he still managed to put his hand in front of him. The spear struck the monster in the armor, but it still felt the power of the impact. He aimed a spear directly on the guy and warned him, "Ro, do not underestimate me." The spear twisted several times in the air, but Gamuro was confidently caught his hand. At that moment, Keeler thought that if hemorrhoids were able to cause a spell, then he may be able to receive weapons. The monster never understood who really was in front of him. He briefly asked the guy how his name was. He replied that his name, Himuro King. At that moment, he was engulfed in conversation with another guy. Then the guy told the monster that he would not come to him. He calmly replied that he was not going to serve any of them. The guy sighed sadly and apologized. Then he asked the ghillie to protect himself. The guy turned away from the monster and went to the exit. Keelis stopped him and asked to wait because he wanted to ask something. Then the monster wondered if Lord was really killed the heavenly kings. The guy replied that they were not them. However, he decided to tell everything as it is. Merrick says Zargo won the stranger. Let's ask this guy who he was talking about. The guy said that everyone was clear. He had the ability to magic and hug, but he has not learned to control them so far. The young man said that the name of this mysterious man was the Himuro King. Remembering this conversation, he laughed quietly. The monster turned to Himuro and said that now everything was clear to him. It named its name, Kanaga Himuro. He gathered all his power into his fist and said it was good. He recognized in him a famous, strong fighter who needs to win as soon as possible. Now he was going to fight even more seriously. The egg that appeared in the Hellas fist began to crack. Seeing this, hemorrhoids were noticeably nurtured. A huge shadow appeared right above the guy, and it was a little scared of Hemero. A huge dragon suddenly appeared behind the Gelos' back. The monster turned to the dragon from the ancient cemetery and ordered him to comply with his orders. He was told that he should be proud of what was happening right now. After all, this dragon is his main weapon in the future battle against the 4 heavenly kings, to which he was carefully preparing. The monster stated that it was he who caused this dragon, so now the guy should not wait for mercy. The hammer promised to destroy the Himuro so that there was no trace of it. Himuro decided to use one of his cards again. This time, it was a call map, the Celestial Dragon. Because of this, the Veil became very nervous. A huge heavenly dragon appeared right behind the Himero's back. Now the dragon will meet in the battle with a dragon. Hilelis tensed greatly and thought that Himero had just called the dragon. The monster decided that it was thanks to this trump card that Himero defeated Mr. Miro turned to the heavenly dragon and asked him to destroy the enemy dragon. The card of the heavenly dragon recorded that his attack is 5,000 units, physical force 7,000 units, protection also 7,000, and magic is 4,000 units. Its special ability is regeneration. The celestial dragon can make powerful shocks in the dark element, and after that, the reception should wait 15 days before using it again. 20 brave men are said to be killed by his paws. He seemed to understand that this call was a lot of surprise. The 2 dragons came together in a fierce battle, and Himero, meanwhile, headed for Aquilos. 2 dragons collided with each other and chewed a fierce roar. Himero attacked Hylas, swinging his sword on him. The monster looked at the guy and thought that in order for such a new moon to cause a huge dragon, it is necessary to have considerable power. So Gil was convinced that he was his only trump card hidden in his sleeve. Meria swung his sword on the monster, but Hylas beat this blow with his sharp claws. Himaro then applied his magic card again, and this time a fascinated crystal spear appeared in his hands. The spear was directed directly to the Jealous, and from a powerful explosive wave he was thrown away. It was very angry with the monster, and it became stronger to attack the Himuro. The guy rushed forward and rushed directly to the monster. He sharply bounced back and thought with annoyance why he had such unusual forces. At the same time, the dragons continued the battle with each other, but suddenly, something went wrong. Behind the vein dropped the paw of the dragon from the ancient cemetery. It did the heavenly dragon. Helelis looked carefully at the dragon from the ancient cemetery and thought that his strength had just been broken. It angered the dragon from the old age of ancient times, and he rushed to the heavenly dragon to hit him. At that moment, the heavenly dragon released a pillar of fire from his mouth, directed directly at his opponent. After that, the dragon began to grow loudly. The dragon from the ancient cemetery was killed when he was destroyed by heavenly dragon. He almost was not angry, and Himero said the monster that this time he was simply not lucky. The guy confessed that if the monster had caught up with him immediately after the appearance in this world, it would easily be killed. Then he was too weak and defenseless. The Monstrova did not like it at all, and he asked Timur what a weak position was about. After all, the guy defeated the biggest emergency. Himuro replied that yes, this is true, but the spell that he was going to finish the battle is still in the hand, so right now, luck on his side. Heles was very surprised by the guy's words and thought he was talking about the spell that killed Mr. Zoda. It turns out that this heavenly dragon is not the guy's main trump card. Heles asked Himura why he told him all of it. He just replied that it was not difficult for him. In addition, he is not going to change his opinion. The young man remembered the promise that Ruto made in the last moments of his life. Homoro confidently stated Chili's that it would win him here and now. The guy dropped the card again. This time, it was a charming card called 5 Angels of War. The map indicated that it was a light fraction. As soon as the team came, they immediately rushed to attack the target. After applying this card, it is forbidden to use new spell cards throughout the day. It can only be used in 21 days. The Angels of War immediately rushed to Elos. The angels took turns attack the monster. One of the angels was able to carry the body of the monster's sword. The angel struck directly on his head. It was a girl's sword, which she pierced her forehead monster. After this blow, the Gillis fell to the ground, and from his body began to flow quickly. But the Hylas was still alive. He slowly opened his eyes and chased his teeth. After that, he gathered all his strength and jumped from his place. The monster began to insult him and rushed forward to attack. Despite all this, Himura remained absolutely calm. At the last moment, Himaro raised the sword in front of him, and the blade stirred the body of the vein. From the mouth, the monster flooded blood. Himaro managed to win us. Himuro returned to Mr. Ruto and told him that he had fulfilled his promise. He finally realized that the battle with the vein was over, but the loss of Ruto was the price. After the battle, the village was destroyed even more than before. Moreau brought the body of Ruto to the village so that all other Golets could say goodbye to him. He gathered all the heads in the center of the village and laid Ruto in the middle. The house approached the guy and asked him not to be upset so much because he managed to save many other goals. The hemorrhoids were glad that the house stood on his side. Moro assured that no one would ever forget Ruto nor his courage. Everyone will remain in memory as Ruto rescued the village. It will become a legend. Mero asked at home what they would do next. The house replied that everything would still be. They will choose a new head and live as usual. The house said that after the attacks of the monsters, they always restored their bodies, repaired destroyed dwellings, and again built homes that were destroyed. They will keep everything that Ruto so carefully protected. The Golems thanked Himuro and Misha for helping them to find peace in their home village. They promised that they would never forget these travelers. The boys said goodbye, and Jamuro and Nish went home. They arrived in the capital and immediately headed to the Adventurers Guild. The guys told Ginny all the details. Ginny was very upset when she found out that Mr. Rudo died. Chimero said that the task was fulfilled by his deputy home. The guy hoped that Ginny would not be against it. The girl replied that all is well. She does not deny. Ginny said they had a great task. The girl confessed that, to be honest, she thought at first they were scared and escaped. Hemeril replied that there were many monsters near the village, which were dangerous. However, thanks to the help of Golem, they somehow managed to cope with these difficulties. Misha said Ginny that she would like to get another task, but the girl hoped that this time he would do without horror. Ginny thought for a moment and replied that they had no task of the rank of F. Misha so far away. Jenny answered the girl that they could not do anything, because the tasks for the adventurers of the Adventure F is very little. The girl noted that if the boys want to take the task more often, they should become the adventurers of the rank E. It pleased me very much because she did not forget that the rank increase will soon take place. The girl promised that this time they would surely manage to take the exam. Suddenly, Ginny answered Misha that if she implies an increase in raising, then he had already ended today in the morning. Misha became even more upset and shouted to the entire guild. Misha and Humura went outside, and the girl was upset that they had missed the action again. He replied that it seems that the test would be held again next month, so next time they would definitely be able to go through it. Misha confirmed that it was so, and promised that the next time they would definitely do everything properly. Misha confessed to the boy that she was very ashamed because she had taken away all his fee. The girl asked whether she was angry with her. The guy replied that everything was fine, and he was not offended. Enro showed the girl his hand and said that this bracelet he had left in memory of Ruto. The guy was convinced that he could help this bracelet considerable money, but he did not want to sell it. For him, this bracelet was especially valuable. He reminded him of the ore. Misha replied that she had understood everything. She was convinced that Ruto would have learned how well Chimoro treats his gifts. Misha told the boy that today she would treat him with food. The girl invited him to go with her to a 3-day tavern. The guy immediately agreed without hesitation. At this time, the night fell, and a group of heavenly kings gathered in a small destroyed building. Ferga approached other guys and apologized to waiting for them. 3 heavenly kings have already gathered in the hall, and Gurug said that everyone had already come, so it was wonderful. Gladys said Gurg that he was late as usual. He pretends to be a human child again. Another heavenly king named Nefudus urged to stop the dispute. He addressed Gurg and finally told why he gathered them all together. Heavenly Queen named Desaris said Gurg that he probably wanted to inform her something very important if he called her in this place. Then the girl asked if he found out who killed an infant. Berger replied Desaris that she had guessed properly. The girl asked in surprise if he really meant it. Everyone was very interested who it really was. Gurg asked Sarah to calm down and advised her to turn to any of those who were at the scene. The guy turned sideways and told the invited guest to go away. It was Murik who was present at the Battle of Zaro and Himaru and saw everything with her own eyes. Desaris asked Merrick if she survived after the battle. Gladu told that she was always on the side of the master of the Zdev. In other words, after the failure with his enemies, she had to flee. Murik felt very embarrassed because of this, and the girl was ashamed of her act. Gurg asked everyone to act quietly, because the most important thing now is to find out the truth. After that, he turned to the mayor and asked her to tell everyone that she saw during that battle. Merrick replied that everything is fine and she would tell them everything she knows. The girl began her story with the words that Mr. Zoda killed a strange creature from another planet. She said that this creature is the name of Himuro King. Everyone who was around was very surprised by her words. Murik said that this guy had black hair and apparently was still young. It was he who caused an entire army of undead, as well as some strange mechanical creatures, and then attacked with them. Latos was very impressed with this news and asked Merrick again whether it was a call to kill Mr. The girl replied that it is probably not just a call. Merrick said that the spell that was killed was extremely strong and very high. She has never encountered something like that. He just applied it immediately, without any training. Gedgas asked the girl whether he had ever had such a situation that he was using this spell without any training. He could not understand whether such people exist. Nefudus said that this guy could easily use strong spells and call the dead, so he was sure that they had nothing to worry about. Desaris reminded the Nefudus that this spell somehow killed an emergency. Nefertus replied that he remembered it. Nefertus remembered that the becomes had great power. Perhaps it is because of this that he is so carelessly treated with aliens from another world. Nefertus was convinced that he was not Langada, and he was destined to be stronger. Therefore, he decided not to underestimate the enemy and gathered all his strength to fight this stranger to the full. GLaDOS nodded, agreeing with Nefertus, and stressed that no matter how strong, you are still a person, and the human body is known to be quite fragile. Desaris explained to the boys that for the good of their entire tribe, it is better for the border to remain alive. Then not only they, but other monsters will be able to go on. Suddenly, Gurg told the boys that this is not all. The man said that there would be conflicts between the countries. By this time, they have only cooperated with an infant. But now, it will not happen again. The guy noticed that they were as greedy as himself, but then he mentally corrected himself, realizing that they were even greater. Because of this, the guy was sure that something horrible would happen. Greetus smiled and said that a lot of blood would spill. The guy confessed that he was already anxious about it. His smile gave something wrong. He clearly waited for trouble. Meanwhile, Himuro and Misha came to the Adventurers Guild. Milka suggested that the boys go to explore the dungeon. Himuro was a little surprised by such an idea and asked the girl to tell more about it. Milka replied that this task came from Mr. Basil, a merchant from the capital. He recruits 100 adventure seekers to research the recently discovered dungeon. The girl added that usually such tasks are going only adventurers below the rank D, but Humoro and Misha can join them. Gumoro asked Milka why the rank seekers below D went to this task. The guy thought that apparently this place is quite dangerous. Milka replied that Mr. Basil had already hired rank B rank, who investigated the lower level of the dungeon. According to them, there are no dangerous monsters. Murov thought about how to complete this task, and after the words of Milka that there were no dangerous monsters in this dungeon, it became easier for him. He decided that he could bring a Misha with him, and everything would be fine with them. Misha looked at Himuro confidently and said she wanted to take this task. Himuro supported her decision, and together they agreed to fulfill this mission. The boys immediately went to where they were indicated in the task. Moro looked around and said Misha that according to the map, they came exactly where it was necessary. Suddenly, Misha pointed her finger on the boy's company and asked him to look in the other way. Many adventure seekers who were completely ready to go for research gathered before entering the dungeon. He looked at the boys once again and thought that all of them, apparently, adventurers who participated in this mission. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a familiar face. It was Renee. The girl was very glad that she met him here. Renee ran to the boy and said that for her it was a real surprise to meet him in this place. The girl wondered at Tim Merla if they also took this task. Renee pushed Misha friendly and said she had not seen her for a long time. Misha agreed with Renee and also greeted. Renee asked why he was still a Frank. The girl was convinced that the boy needed as soon as possible to pass the exam. She felt that he would quickly reach the rank of Frank. However, he replied that unfortunately, he had already missed this opportunity. After that, Himuro saw Zaka and Moore. They greeted each other. The boys were happy to meet and immediately had a conversation. Suddenly, the guy turned to everyone and suggested looking at Himuro and Misha. He wondered if this glass F garbage also belongs to their company. Himura immediately realized that it was about him, and it knocked him down a little. The guy asked if they would receive the same salary as those who had a much higher rank. Then he apologized with sarcasm and added that their mediocrity would only prevent them from moving forward. It was very angry with Renee. So the girl said, UDDU, that he did not talk to them so much. She asked him who gave him the right to communicate with the boys from the united team. Ud replied that if they pulled it to the bottom, he would kill them. Then, turning to the boys, he called them gentlemen with rank F and advised them to take care of themselves. Renee and Himuro escorted the boy with gloomy look. Renee was very annoyed. The girl said Himuro that she was sure he is much stronger than UDU. But Himuro was not offended by these words, and to reassure Renee, said that nothing wrong had happened and everything was fine with him. Himuro looked at UDU and decided that he probably an adventurer of the rank D or something like that. It seems that this person can easily give up everything. So Himuro decided that it would be better to oversee him. The man turned to the boys and informed all those present that everyone gathered here to start. He introduced himself and said that his name is Basil, and it was he who initiated this task. Basil told a group of adventurers that they would now go down into the depths of the dungeon for his research. The purpose of their journey is to find treasures hidden there. One of the adventurers decided to ask Basil if it is likely that there was no treasure there. The man answered him that such an opportunity really existed, but there was a chance of their joint success. Basil also noted that if they are not able to find a treasure, they will still receive a one-time reward. Thanks to this, they will be able to focus quietly on the search. But if adventurers find a good treasure, they will be paid extra. It would be great if they came across something truly valuable. The man reported that this is all about research instructions and can now convey the word to Eludu. It was a level B company, which was hired by Basil, so he asked everyone to listen carefully. Iluto greeted all those present, introducing himself to a magical warrior. He gladly said that he was glad to acquaint, and explained that he would be their coordinator. Iluto said that when he investigated the dungeon, he did not meet any dangerous monsters there. However, he confessed that he did not know what was waiting in front. Therefore, Iluto asked all adventurers to be as careful as possible in this dungeon. The boys came to the entrance to the dungeon, and Alututa reported that they could now go inside. He asked all the adventurers to follow him and keep up. The boys came inside, and everyone immediately began to be viewed around. The boys walked a narrow tunnel, and then Eludu showed them the way to the right place. The team went out into a large hall, in the middle of which a huge magical circle was drawn. None of the guys thought he would see this in this dungeon. Yoludu said that if they take advantage of this magical circle, they would fall into the depth of the dungeon. Therefore, everyone can go inside the circle. When everyone entered the hall, Iluso crossed his arms and announced that they began to move. The magical circle was lit around the perimeter of the large hall, and the boys felt how their space began to change. After a while, a team of adventurers found themselves in the depths of the dungeon. They were still in a charming circle. Everyone began to wonder if they were already inside the dungeon. However, adventure seekers were convinced that nothing around had changed. Suddenly, Renee was very scared because she noticed a large egg suspended on many threads. The girl asked what it was. All people also raised their heads, and what they saw was struck by them. No one could understand what an egg was. They turned to fiercely to find out more, but the adventurers noticed that the man was gone. One of the adventure seekers wondered what the egg was, and he was confirmed. Yes, it was it. That man explained that it was not an ordinary egg. A real monster will hatch from him. All the guys were even more surprised because they could not understand where this voice was heard. Everyone thought it was Basil, but no one could understand where he was. The girl was very scared of this egg and asked the team why they were sent here. The girl was explained that everything is very simple. Iluto with him are the followers of the great teaching of Carias. He was surprised and asked what he was talking about when he remembered the Carias follower. It was very scared. Mero asked Renee what they were talking about and what kind of curiosity worried them. The girl replied that it is a dangerous sect that is forbidden on the entire continent. She preaches that you can kill people for the sake of achieving their goals and other similar things. Ud was angry and shouted that they knew nothing about the occultists from the Carius. He asked the Eluids that this was related to them. Iludu was surprised that the adventurers did not know anything about it. Then he said that he would briefly explain everything. The man said that from now on they would be sacrificed to this egg. Then Chimaral realized that it was a task that was taken by about 100 people. Turned out to be a trap created for little experience. The boys were very angry and began to ask what they were going to sacrifice. They wondered if someone was joking with them, because no one could understand what was really going on. Uluto said that many valuable ingredients were collected inside this egg. There is the heart of a black giant, a bone of a millennial dragon, Kraken's eyes, Serba's tail, and many other special elements. Iludu also said that in this egg, among other things, there is the blood of Mr. Murdev. When the hemorrhoid heard the name of the arrogance, he was very surprised. Iluto continued the conversation, adding that they were still lacking several important components. Iluto explained that it meant special ingredients, fear, and despair. It was for this reason that they called the adventurers to the dungeons. Iluto promised all the guys that they would die, feeling only these feelings, and their blood, flesh, and souls would become part of her most horrific monster. But Luto said, fear and despair can only settle in the heart when there is hope. Therefore, he gives them this hope. He became angry and asked Alutut what hope he told everyone else. Iluto said that there is a way out of this dungeon, but he is only one. Only 10 can pass through it, and for all others, this door will be closed. He listened carefully to all the conditions from Iluto and understood that to survive, it is necessary to find this door earlier than other adventurers. One of the adventurers returned to a girl in the name of Mora and asked if she could get out of this magical circle if she was really a witch. The girl was very upset and answered the boy that this magical circle was really useless because he was created only for exit. On the egg lies a spell that protects it from magic and ordinary blows, so the girl is sure that they will not be able to destroy it. Now they have only one thing: to look for a way out. All adventure seekers were scared of what was happening, and everyone began to decide how to proceed. Himuro thought that if Basil was telling the truth, then anyone who would find a way out of the dungeon would probably call for help immediately. Therefore, most likely, Basil lied about the existence of a way out, or he was so confident that he would not allow anyone to escape and would not let anyone out of sight in this dungeon. Suddenly, one of the adventure seekers went out of the hall and told others that there was a staircase. The adventurers came to her and asked how she would do in such a situation. One of the guys replied that they would not do. Their team would still decrease. Travelers thought and decided that they would still have to climb these stairs. One of the adventurers noticed that there is another passage above the stairs. They were interested in what could be there. When they entered this pass, they were in a huge hall. Meria was very confused seeing this room. The boys were also surprised. There were many doors in the hallway, and everyone could wait for anything. The adventurer turned to the boys and said that now they needed to find a way out of a room where many doors. He couldn't do it himself. Himuro decided to open some of the door and go to the room behind them. They saw a long corridor that had a few more doors. Himuro said that he was clear to him now. One of the adventure seekers was angry because he could not understand why everything was happening. He suggested that his comrades try to open other doors. Suddenly, there would be a different situation behind them. The boys opened one door behind the other, but each of them was waiting for them and the same picture. The adventurer was angry and said they were all the same. The guy asked what to do now, because an eternity could go in search of a way out. One of the adventurers suggested to split to find a way out faster, but he just said it got it on his shoulder. Himama's eyes suddenly expanded from fear. He saw for him a real surprise. The man who suggested everyone to split cut in half a sword. Iluto, with a sword in his hands, stood behind Leon. Comrade Luto was very frightened because he saw his close friend's death in his own eyes. Ludo came out of the door near which the man stood and turned to all the adventurers. He said it with a bad smile on his face, saying that only 99 people now remained. Misha and Himuro tensed because they did not expect that the destruction of adventure seekers would begin so suddenly. Leon's friend ran out to the body instantly and began to be pleased so that he would be surrounded. The guy realized that there was no point in doing something because he died. The people began to sound Elta, constantly insulting it with different words. He even threatened that he would kill him as soon as he meets. One of the adventurers appealed to Uda to calm down. Then someone reminded that Elta has a rank B and he could not cope with it. Hemorrhoid sat next to Leon's body and thought about how Iluto would gradually reduce the number of participants. Suddenly, the guy heard a loud female cry and looked around sharply. One of the adventurers carefully kept the girl in her arms, hoping that she would be awake. On her body, there was a wound from a sword that became deadly for her. The rest of the boys immediately ran to them and began to ask what happened. Kiran explained that they checked the door with Amy, when suddenly the scoundrel of a Lud jumped out of one room and struck it with a sword. The girl examined Amy and realized that she could not help anything. She was dead. The guy was angry and said that if he were more attentive, it could be avoided. Himuro immediately felt something wrong. He examined Amy carefully and turned to Chiron. The man asked if he killed Amy. This question was very annoyed by all the guys who heard him. Kiran was indignant due to the question of Himuro and asked sharply what he was talking about. They worked together as one team. Therefore, Himuro asked to stop saying such nonsense because it is simply impossible. Himuro asked everyone to look carefully at Leon's wound. On his body remained perfectly even trace from an incredibly sharp blade. The guy asked to look at Amy's body and noticed that her wound looked as if she had been rushed. Therefore, he immediately guessed that the damage was caused by other weapons. Hymer looked at Karen and noted that his sword was looking very old, as if they had not been used for a long time. He added that when the sword with such a handle cuts the flesh, he leaves torn wounds. Everyone was stunned by the evidence that Humarov cited against Chiron. No one could think that he was capable of such. Kiran tried to stop the boys and asked them not to trust him too. The adventurer asked Kiran to hand him a sword to check him just in case. Suddenly, Kiran changed his mood and told the boys that he finally understood what was the matter. The boys immediately felt that something terrible would happen. Kiran came up with all his strength and tried to hit the adventure seekers, but they cleverly bounced sideways and avoided damage. The adventurers were severely outraged by Chiron's behavior. The boys asked for this situation and added that Basil would pay him 100 silver coins for destroying their pathetic life. Kiran rushed to one of the exits, but an experienced adventure seeker assured the boy that he would not be able to escape now. He ordered the comrades to grab him. Suddenly, someone threw the blade right into Kiran, and it hit the man in his back. Himero, with surprise, wide open his eyes. Kiran, with a blade in his back, turned and noticed that he was rushing to him. He carefully put Chiron on the ground and fell on top of him so that the merchant remained in place. Uded his sword and said Kiran that he would never run away from him. The guy tried to reassure UDU because Kira wanted to recognize his mistake first and told them important details. But despite the exhortation of other guys, Chiron pushed his blade just in the eye of a boy. No one even guessed that the Uji again and again with incredible cruelty would put the blade, killing Chiron. Adventurers watched it with their mouth open. Everyone was shocked by UDA cruelty. At some point, Gumairo grabbed the Udaz's hand directly in the air, not allowing him to strike the next blow. From this, Uda was very angry. He asked the guy what he wanted from him. He called it almost as a fever and wondered what he thought against him. Meryl replied that Chiron was no longer going to beat because he was already dead. Ud took his hand from her sad palm and looked at the boy thoughtfully. Then he departed from them so as not to ignite the conflict. The adventurer confessed that he could not even imagine as if there could be a traitor. He told him if the boy could recognize him well and told them all the truth about the events. Himamero shared with the boys that he was embarrassed by one thing. This task requires exactly 100 adventurers. But when they counted everyone, it turned out that people came a little more than planned. That is why hemorrhoids have decided that there are probably spies among them, which were recruited by occultists. The guy answered the hemorrhoids that he did not even notice it, but now there is no traitors among them. Suddenly, he replied that he could not agree with it. Friends were in surprise to ask what he implies. Himoros said that during the first count, he counted only 104 adventurers. Zanuck asked what he was in mind when he was saying that traders left. Himorara replied that it was true. 3 more people can be traders. The atmosphere among adventure seekers was tense, as only 10 of them could have been tested. In addition, they were worried that Basel hired heads. At this point, the remaining 101 people begin to look for traders. Himoro turned to adventure seekers and confessed that they did not know who they were, the curious believers or the killers for money. But he was certain in one thing: they came to quietly destroy them all. All the adventurers began to look around carefully, looking for enemies. The boys began to shout at the merchants and ask who they were and how they were, but in response, they only heard that they were unreasonable. After all, if you ask the question, no one will talk about themselves. The guy said that while the merchants are nearby, they would not be able to act together. Everyone wanted Eluto to stay here. Ud turned to adventure seekers and said it did not matter if there were merchants among them. The main thing is that they consider other people enemies. Then they are afraid of nothing. UDD said that only 10 people could get out of there, so trying to save the doomed makes no sense. The man replied that he was not going to participate in this. He shouted Tatos and said he could go. The Saint Ud Tate came to one of the door and went in search of a way out of the dungeon. The boys thought about the words of UDDA and acknowledged that he was really right. The guys decided that they should only cooperate with those who were trusted by 100%. They are forced to consider everyone else enemies. They also came to the conclusion that everyone needs to escape before the egg hatch. The boys began to rally into the teams, separating from the main crowd. Each group sought to get out of here first. Zub returned to the boys and asked them to wait. One of the guys said that merchants just want to divide them into small groups. Renee replied to him that they seem more afraid of a sudden attack by traders rather than a luto. Himuro calculated how many adventurers were left alone and realized that there were many. In total, the guy counted 32 people. One of the boys raised his hand and asked everyone to listen carefully. The guy introduced himself. He said his name is the Ark and that he was an adventurer of rank D. He had one idea that he would like to share with her. The Ark proposed to divide everyone into 4 groups. 2 of them will go to explore the dungeons, while others will remain. Some are on duty, others will rest. they will change in turn. The girl noted that it would be much more difficult for merchants to attack a group of people than those who scattered alone. The guy added that even if there are merchants among them, those who stand on guard will not allow any violence. The more I thought about the words of that guy, Ark told me that those groups that will be able to find a way out will return to the city and demand that they send help for those adventurers who remained. The man asked others where they had such a plan. In response, they said they did not think that there would be some difficulties. Ark agreed that this was a good idea, so he suggested split into several groups. Suddenly, he raised his hand and said he wanted to go separately from others. The Ark was genuinely surprised by such news, so the guy immediately asked why he made such a decision. Hemero addressed Misha and asked her to stay with Renee and the rest. Ark said, "Ero, wait a little to wait and exhale." He remembered that if he went separately, the Alute would immediately catch up. Ark asked if he really wanted to become a simple target. Hemero replied that yes, this is his goal now. He also tried to convince other adventure seekers that he could win Aluto before he had time to kill someone else. Hearing these words, the guy opened one of the door and went inside. After confession, the ARC hemorrhoids were very nurtured. He excitedly stated that he has a rank F, so the Alute is too strong for him. Renee came to the boy and assured him that everything would be fine with him. She believed it without any doubt. The girl said it was Himura Katana, so she was sure that he would handle her task. Meanwhile, Himaru was in the long hallway, where there were many doors along the walls. The guy decided to release one of his cards. This map was a devoted military servant named Mia. The girl appeared in this world and turned to Mr. Himuro. They say she needs her help again. Moro told me about everything that happened to 100 adventurers. The girl said that now everything was clear. She realized that he should win the Aluto first. Himura replied that if you delay, there would be even more casualties among the adventurers. Therefore, they need to hurry. The boys cautiously opened one of the door and looked inside the room. The next morning, everyone felt anxious because several bodies lay on the floor of the room. However, their wounds were not at all that the lotto leaves. Mia asked the guy if he killed them. He looked carefully at the wound and calmly replied that no, he did not. The guys realized that there was someone else in the room with them. It was a huge spider that followed them from the horn. As soon as the Chiel turned and looked at the monster, the spider immediately rushed at him. Mia joined the battle and cut off the paw with the help of her weapons. Hamura wondered why Iluto lied to them when he said that there were no dangerous monsters in this dungeon. Moro and Mia were noticed that there were not one spider in the room, but several, and they all focused on the guys. Mia rushed forward to the monster. Himero shouted after her not to worry about him, but simply won all the monsters. Mia confidently replied that she would do everything. Mia, with a quick movement of his hand, cut one of the spiders in half. After that, she plunged her sword directly in the spider's face. Mia said Himuro that she seems like these monsters were not very strong. The girl confidently dealt with the monsters. She overcame one of them, jumping on it from a height and inserting the blade directly into the abdomen. Standing on a spider, the girl noticed how his relatives rushed to her. Since then, the girl has been able to destroy several monsters with one blow of her weapon. When Hamuro noticed that he was attacking a spider, he immediately threw one of the cards. It turned out to be a map of an image, a blade dropped from holy water. The map stated that it was a sword of the element of water. Its blade changes the shape depending on the owner. The weapon is valid for 24 hours, after which you have to wait 18 days to use it again. Hemorrhoids hit one of the monsters who attacked him. Then he destroyed 2 more spiders with one blow. When all the monsters were defeated, she said that each of them alone is a big threat, but when there are many creatures, they can bring a lot of trouble. Amaro approached the bodies of the monster and examined them carefully. The guy noticed that these spiders are almost indistinguishable either in appearance or size. Then he suggested that it may be a cub. Kemaro said that if that's the case, then their affairs are threatened because there may be a spider somewhere. Hemaro decided to let go of the map, and Mia asked the guy if he wanted to call another warrior for help. Himaro replied that yes, they need to try to reduce the number of monsters in the dungeon and protect Renee with other guys. At that moment, Renee stood in the room and looked carefully at a huge spider. This spider was the mother of those spiders who were just destroyed by Himaro and Mia. The guy said they thought there would be no monsters in this dungeon. Suddenly, Luto appeared in front of Mia and Himaro and said they almost got to the exit. It was indeed the way out of the dungeon. But the guy confessed that unfortunately he could not let them go. Iluto got his weapon and warned that from now on the boys had no choice. They would die here. Kimiro became angry as soon as Iluto saw. He was convinced that he would have to fight this heretic using swords and magic. Meanwhile, a group of adventure searchers stood in the room with a spider. Zam began to be nervous and asked how many more people were left with them. Renee replied that there were all 3 in Misha and no one left. The guy confessed that they could not imagine what terrible ugly would meet in this dungeon. Meha turned to Rena and said they had to run immediately as soon as possible. Rename replied that they would not be able to do it. The passage is already filled with small spiders, so they will have to destroy everyone to one. Zack thought that now they would have to break forward with the battle. Renee returned to Misha and asked her to stay in place and be careful. The girl did not deny and obeyed Renee. The adventurers rose and announced that they were ready to start the fight. Everyone ran in different directions, trying to confuse the spider. Renee ran to the side, trying to distract the spider on herself. The girl threw a couple of daggers. The spider was able to repel, so he was not injured and continued the fight. Another relative from Zaka family hit the spider aptly, leaving no monster. Renee watched the battle and was delighted with how the heroes acted together. It was incredibly impressed. Zack and the wall hit the spider at the same time, but this did not produce any result. Zack was very upset, and the guy assured that there was no scratch on the spider. Suddenly, the spider waved the paw towards the boys and struck with force near them. From this, the boys rejected in different directions, and the stones flew across the room. Renee was very afraid of the boys, but at that moment, the spider began to release a spider web from her belly in the direction of the girl. It noticed Misha, who rushed to rescue a girl without thought. Misha grabbed the scared Renee and sharply pushed her away. Because of this, she got a blow on her hand. Renee was very surprised when Misha boldly rushed to rescue a girl. The niche realized that she was trapped by a spider, and now she was in danger. Suddenly, Misha felt something that had happened, and it helped her escape from the tender of the spider. Because she was released unexpectedly, the girl fell to the ground. Alice appeared next to Mikai, who had just saved the girl. Alice returned to Misha and greeted. The girl said they met again. Misha was very surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl. He asked if she came from the western part of the ruins. Alice looked at the huge monster and said she had already known about his existence. On the way to this room, she met and destroyed hundreds of smaller spiders, similar to this giant. Alice, with a crazy glitter in her eyes, said she seems to have to clean in this room. The spider rushed at the girl, but she cleverly bounced sideways and was able to escape. The girl ran around the monster and struck it with weapons. Alice managed to cut off the monster's paw, but it was only more angry. The girl smiled happily and said she would start with one paw. Elisa again rushed to the spider, and the monster sharply gave a huge paw. Zach returned to Renee and asked why Alice was with them when they were divided into groups. Renee asked if he remembered what she told him. It is this unit when it is called. Renee told Zaku not to waste time and help the girl. Zam agreed with her. Ellis again rushed to the spider, cleverly evaded his attack, and then quickly bounced his paw and stuck his knife into him. Alice was very surprised when she saw that the monster was still not destroyed. Alice sharply bounced sideways and in surprise asked why the attack did not impress him. The girl realized that she would not be able to stop it with ordinary force, so it is necessary to act differently. At that moment, the weapon flew by Alice. Someone threw it straight into the monster. Renee Morezak came to the aid of Alice. She stood in front of her, closing Alice and protecting her. Rena waved sharply with her hand, in which she kept several daggers, and all immediately rolled directly into the spider's head. The girl was able to hit the eye of the monster. This accuracy of Renee was very surprised by Misha. Alice was glad when a few more people came to the rescue because she no longer knew what to do next. After that, Alice jumped sharply and struck a monster that was approaching her. Alice waved her weapon and cut his head in half. They managed to overcome the monster with the boy. Meanwhile, Himero and Mia leisurely walked the corridor, looking around and deciding which door should go on. Suddenly, my attention focused on something, and she decided to tell him more. The girl pointed to the door that was very different from others. She suggested that these doors can bring them to the right place. The boys came to the door, and Himoros noted that it is really different from others. The girl suggested that it could be a way out. Mia from Himuro heard the man quite near and began to clap his hands, paying attention. Himuro instantly turned into this sound and was very surprised. It was Luto who told the boys that they managed to find a real way out. However, he warned that he could not let them there. The guy pulled the gun and said they would die right at that place. Yuluto said, Himuro, that he really managed to bypass all the spiders and find the right way out. The guy confessed that it was very impressed. Aluto said that Honero also had a rank F, so he was just lucky enough to survive after everything that happened. This guy believed that Homero would die much earlier and would not be able to achieve his goal. Himorao thought about how strong Alututo is. He has a rank B, and besides, he does not even know what his opponents have. Therefore, Himorao decided to be careful with him. Meris returned to Mia and clearly explained that she could stand on Luto. The girl agreed with the boy and said that he could give her it. Elutro noticed the girl and asked who she was. The guy added that he had never seen her among other adventurers. The girl replied that she is a combat maid from the state of Miyadza. On behalf of Mr. Chemical, she is about to fight Iluto. The guy replied that he did not understand how it turned out, but she caught him suddenly. That is why Iluto decided that he had no other way out. He took the weapon in his hands and informed me that he had to kill her. Chomero expanded his eyes with surprise because he saw Iluto rush to Mia and tried to hit her with a blade. But Mia managed to repel this attack and did not get any harm. Iluto laughed at the girl's skills, but Mia did not intend to give up. She resolutely rushed forward to the boy. Iluido tried to harm the girl, but Mia reacted in time and was able to repel all his blows. It was very surprised by Iluto, and the guy noted that Mia was confidently holding on to his sword. He said it was not bad for the guy. Iluto wondered in Mia how she managed to strike. The guy began to say strange things that the girl did not understand at all. After that, Iluta released a bright flash of light towards Mia, and the whole room was immediately filled with a glow. Mia rotated her eyes, trying to see something through the bright light. She realized that it was a special technique. She was trying to blind her. Yuluto again attacked the girl, using the fact that she was in an uncomfortable position. Although stubborn fire was burning in her eyes, the girl managed to dodge his sword. Baluto was surprised because the girl had not yet returned her eyesight, but still had time to evade his blows. Iluto again began to speak mysterious words in a language that the girl did not understand. The guy asked Mia that she was thinking about the next spell. In a moment, several arrows flew to the girl. Mia was able to avoid danger again. There were many arrows, but she hardily evaded that none of them hit her. At some point, one of the arrows of Alututo hit the girl's leg. Mia noticed it and was very worried. Ludo said that she could no longer move so quickly. Although she had an arrow in Mia in her leg, she confidently told the guy, "Give me another 3 minutes, and I will win you." Himero took a few steps forward, slightly covering the wounded girl. Mario said Mia that his turn to fight the enemy so she can go away for a safe distance. Miu was angry, and the girl said that even the wounded could still continue the fight. Himuro answered the girl who knew about it, but still disagrees with her. The guy added that he would also like to like himself with such an opponent. Iluto asked the guy once again if he really wanted to fight him. It seemed very exciting for him. The guy asked if he really believed that he could win him, having only the rank of F. Merlas replied that he didn't think so, but he just feels it. When he watched the duel between Iluto and Mia, he just became more convinced of his assumptions. Himamero took up weapons and stated that if it was a true level of enemy's strength, he would be able to win him. These words were greatly offended and angry with Alud, so he in response called the guy a nasty F-torn. Yuluto snatched his weapon in a moment and rushed to Himuro. He managed to rise and repel the enemy's attack. The boys took turns attacking each other, and every time they managed to evade the blows. Iluto again began to pronounce some words in an unfamiliar Muro language. Seeing this, the hemorrhoids understood the movements of Alututo's lips that he was trying to blind him. He immediately realized that it could all end for him. In a moment, Jaluto released the bright rays of light in Kimuro, and they spilled over the room. Yulita shouted Himuro that everything was over. The hero quickly ran to the enemy and swung to strike, but Iluto managed to put his sword in front of him and did not hurt. Iluto was very surprised to see that his opponent continues the fight. He asked Himura why he was not blind. It was unclear to him. Himuro said that he saw their battle with Mia, so Iluto's lips guessed what he was planning to do. Due to this, he managed to close one eye, so he was not blind. The Himero sword, capable of changing its shape depending on the need, bent and reached for the boy's face. Chimoro watched the movement of his sword closely and was convinced that Alututo had already trapped. But even so, the hemorrhoid sword could not get the enemy. It was very surprised by Aro, and the guy thought for a moment that his sword had bounced. Suddenly, Iluto attacked Himuro, but he bounced in a timely manner. Himuro landed to the ground and looked closely at his opponent. Iluto noted that it was a very unusual sword. Because of him, the guy had to use a protective spell. Iluto asked whether it means that the blade and the ability to observe the Chimoro confidence. Yuluto began to spell again, but this time he warned that he would fight much more seriously than before. Hamuro thought Iluto was going to turn protection into a powerful attacking spell. In this case, Himuro decided to activate his magic map called Sayaka Laser. The map stated that this spell has no element. It causes a powerful blow to a goal that does not perceive magical attacks. It can only be used in 16 days. Himuro pointed his finger on Alute, and a powerful stream of force flew from him. Alute was hesitating for a moment, and he did not know what to answer. Suddenly, a powerful explosion came near Alud. Through the smoke, Himuro noticed that at the place where Luto stood, the blood began to drip. Himuro noticed that part of Luto's body was destroyed by the Acer cycle. In his last moments of life, Aluto was anger because he was only overcome by a person with rank F. He just couldn't believe it. After these words, the guy fell to the ground and died immediately. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers gathered in the large hall, and everyone was talking briskly from the dungeons. Someone was genuinely surprised to see that the spider was completely destroyed. The guy was sitting on the floor completely exhausted and said that this spider had been persecuted for a long time. In addition, he released many nasty little spiders. The guy confessed that he remained the only one who survived, and all the other spiders were already killed. Renee was very impressed with this news, and the girl confessed that she could not believe so many people died. The guy turned to the arch and asked what to do so that other fighters would take action. If they do not unite, giant spiders will destroy them, in the same way as all other adventurers. Ark replied to this boy that he was right. Suddenly, a girl ran up to the boys and shouted excitedly that they had a problem. The Seas noticed that something strange with the egg. It began to throb harder, and the shell gradually became transparent. He guesses that this egg is about to be born a monster from the dungeon. Adventure seekers have almost no time left, and only 10 will be able to get out of the dungeons. In addition, there are 3 merchants to find. The adventurer went to the egg and noticed that the monster inside would hatch. The guy said that they all happened very badly. Someone said it was necessary to get out of here as soon as possible. He was answered that they had not found the exit yet, so no one knows where to go. In addition, giant spiders are still wandering in the dungeons that pose a threat to everyone. Arx said there is little time left and problems may soon begin. The guy asked the team if they remembered what Basil was saying. In order for the monster to finally be born, they must all die. The Ark added that there are 24 adventurers. In addition, a group of single is probably alive. Initially, there were hundreds of them. Therefore, it is logical to assume that the number of victims will be about the same. The adventurers began to panic because they realized that there was a chance that the egg would still hatch. No one imagined what to do in such a situation. Misha turned to the boys and assured everyone so they would not worry. She believed that even if the monster hatched, Humoral would still be able to win him. The girl was sure of that. Returning to the boys, the sea asked if they seemed to them that the monster's shell became more transparent. The girl suggested that her spell could act on him. The traveler asked the girl if she could kill him before she hatched. The girl said so. She thinks she should try. She asked everyone to stand behind her so that no one would suffer. The girl turned to the noble spirit of fire and asked her to give her strength. The girl quietly spoke the names Rufalt, Esra Revel, Lafel, Gilda, Regwell. Suddenly, the girl returned to the adventurers' group and said coldly that they were now all doomed to death. The girl directed her strength simply to a crowd of adventurers. Renee realized that this girl was one of the merchants. In the place where the adventurers stood, a mighty explosion thundered. Several guys tried to resist them, not to be referred to as an explosive wave. A large hole was formed at the place where Mara fell. Misha stared at the sea with horror, and she said, with a mocking smile, that she had already killed so many people that she was even ashamed because of it. The Ark was genuinely surprised by the girl's act and immediately asked the sea what she was doing. Mora wondered the adventurers that they still could not understand. In fact, she is a traitor. The girl thanked the boys for gathering so comfortable together. Although some were fortunate enough to survive, most of the adventurers were destroyed. Several boys were angry with the girl and rushed to her with the intention of harming. Instead, the boys were injured from another merchant. Everyone was amazed and frightened when traders began to imitate each other. Arctus Smallfish and confessed that he was also a traitor. A slave with a sarcastic smile apologized to the guy and added that he was also a fan of Curios. Traders said they had only 5 people left. However, one of them was F. Rang, so we can say that there were only 4 real adventurers. At the same time, Zian noticed that the merchants rapidly raced them. Grabs swung on the boys, but they quickly ran in different directions, so they remained intact. At the last moment, the wall turned and noticed that the wall aimed at him his magic. C did not have time to get to a safe place in time, so the girl hit her straight. He fell to the ground and no longer moved. Zam was very worried about his friend and did not understand what to do next. The sea apologized to the boys for hiding its true force C. At that moment, a hornbeam suddenly appeared behind the embarrassed Zaka and swung on him with a weapon. The boys fought on the sword, but Zaka's weapon was weaker, so she broke quickly. At the last moment, when Graber was already aiming at Zaka, the Ark stood before him and, holding his sword, saved him. The guy walked away, and Ark asked Zaka if he was fine with him. Zub replied that he was well with him and thanked him for his care. The adventurers heard the voice of Uda, who said he witnessed an interesting development. The man turned to Moira and Greb and wondered if they were really traders. I told the guys that it was because of them that all this happened, but despite that, they still do the way they please. Ud said it was a true evil for him. He ordered Tatos to force the man to destroy them. Tatos agreed. The archers gathered near the woods and sad that the enemies were too strong, but together they could overcome them. Suddenly, Uda put his sword on the neck of the arch and told him to trust him. The adventurers were amazed at learning that these guys were also traitors. Ud pulled the blade from the neck of a man, and he fell down to the ground, already dead. The man returned to Uda and asked if he was the merchant all this time. Uj replied that no, he did not guess. In fact, the merchant was Tatos. Udd said that after their meeting, Tatos offered him an agreement. Tatos wanted Udd to destroy all adventure seekers, and in return promised him a certain amount of money and the opportunity to get out of here. The guy was angry and asked Udu not to joke about him. The young man wanted to fight with Udom, but Ud told him that he was too slow. Uj suddenly hit the boy, and he died immediately. The merchants turned to the rest of the adventurers and said they were now. Renee and Misha stared at the merchants. At that moment, a Kema appears from the ashes, holding a map with a spell. He causes a giant charming crystal spear and directs it directly to traders. This spear is so sharply cut by the guys that their bodies broke up in half. The girl noticed how he appeared with an arrow in his hands, slipping through the gap in the wall, and everyone was happy seeing him.